Captain Pav and GONxFREAKS on stage. News from RedNex, where truth is the stage. No bias here, just facts you'll see. In every corner, the world story will tell. From the streets of Paris to Tokyo's gleam, every city, every voice will hear them. No spin, no hype, just calm and serene. RedNex World News, where truth is supreme. Captain Pav and GONxFREAKS, unbiased crew, bringing you the news without a slew. RedNex World News, where truth takes flight. Every day, every night, we keep it tight. Through the chaos, through the calm, we stand. With Captain Pav and GONxFREAKS, we understand. The pulse of the world will never let it fade. RedNex World News, where truth is made. From wars to peace, from despair to hope, we're here to guide you through the scope. No matter the storm, we'll keep you informed. RedNex World News, where truth is born. Captain Pav and GONxFREAKS, unbiased crew, bringing you the news without a clue. RedNex World News, where truth takes flight. Every day, every night, we keep it dead. Captain Pav and GONxFREAKS on stage. News from RedNex, where truth is the stage. No bias here, just facts you'll see. In every corner, the world story will tell. From the streets of Paris to Tokyo's gleam, every city, every voice will hear them. No spin, no hype, just calm and serene. RedNex World News, where truth is supreme. Captain Pav and GONxFREAKS, unbiased crew, bringing you the news without a slew. RedNex World News, where truth takes flight. Every day, every night, we keep it tight. Through the chaos, through the calm, we stand. With Captain Pav and GONxFREAKS, we understand. The pulse of the world will never let it fade. RedNex World News, where truth is made. From wars to peace.
All right, welcome. Well, oh yeah, we make up truth all day long here, baby. Oh, Bobby's got his cough. Bobby, why do you got numbers? How come people get numbers sometimes? I don't understand. Why are you 2152 today, baby?
Numbers keep changing. It's
yeah,
confusing.
I won't recognize you one day, Bobby, with all them numbers behind you. But I will say, the last couple times I got Tim Hortons, that shit is pretty much burnt. They overdo the cup. I can pretty much tell when they hand me the cup if it's going to be burnt or not by now. Like, that's how much fucking Tim Hortons I drink. I can tell the second they hand it to me what it's going to taste like through my fingers.
That was a big complaint about Starbucks, that their coffee tastes like it's burnt. Some people don't like that.
Well, I mean, if you go to Starbucks and you get like a normal coffee, I don't know what your problem is, but
that's what they complain about is their normal coffees. I don't never get a normal coffee at Starbucks.
Yeah.
If I'm going to Starbucks, I'm going fancy, baby.
Yeah, you better get some frou-frou coffee if you're going to pay $6 for it.
Some chocolate. And some extra.
I need caramel. I need whipped cream. I need fresh squeezed. I don't know, cherry blossoms. I don't even know what the hell they offer there.
Shaved chocolate out there.
Give me something, make it look good, and charge me $100 for it, and so I feel good about my life. All right, well, this is definitely how I thought we would start the day. It's all about coffee. Oh,
coffee.
It
is all about coffee.
It's the weekend. So I think I can actually say cheers to the freaking weekend.
Cheers. It's the weekend. It's Saturday.
Yeah, it's Saturday. I feel like I'm running low on cheers, but I think you have enough to get through the news. I might have to run out in between though. All right. Well, at any rate,
you'll have to wait till after the news.
So this has been a little bit difficult today. I almost canceled the news, but I managed to put some stuff together. But with the government being all shut down and stuff and different things, I don't know. There's not that much good news right now, but I think we have a fun lineup today, and I think everybody is going to have a great time. So buckle up, and let's get this party started. Teacher versus Gen Z. Let's check out what this lady has to say.
I teach Gen Z, and they're interesting because they'll respect your pronouns, but not you as a person. His phone away the other day. He told me he was going to find my house and me. I was like, dude, that is wild. That you think your teacher can just have a house in LA like that. How are you going to hate me and believe in me at the same time?
So I thought that was kind of funny, but it's true. Like, and I'm glad, I think one avenue of getting things said that no one wants to say is comedy, right? You make jokes of it and everyone's like, yeah, that's true, but nobody can say it. But I'm glad you're saying it because now we can say it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, okay, we're catching the vibe. But the other way is you go and become an extremist, like, like a Nick Fuentes or something, and then you're like, you catch all kind of hate all day long until it becomes normal. And then people are like, oh, you remember when we used to hate you for saying this normal ass shit? Well, now it's normal. So we love you again. I don't know. But I think those are kind excuse me. I think those are kind of the ways that things like this finally come out. They're like, oh, like, you got to be so sensitive to everybody's pronouns and their gender and this and that, but they will hate the shit out of you for any little slightest reason that they can think of. It's like, wait a minute. Aren't you complaining about being hated on, but you're going to be the most hateful, nastiest, hatiest people in the whole world? I don't know. All right. Gen Z. We are all tired of the nonsense. Well, that's not even necessarily Gen Z, but let's check
Even the young folks are tired of it. Seems like we're all sick of the nonsense from the left.
Even the young folks.
Just saying.
Why in the world is this dumb no kings nonsense coming back? Are you leftists forgetting that
are his eyes like drooping out like so hard? Like this is like you could see like his so droopy. Like, you could reach in and pull his eyeball out, probably.
I was thinking it's because of the angle that he's looking at the phone, but yeah, he's got pretty droopy eyes.
Like, there's just like a...
I think they're accentuated by his... what is that? What is it called? Mascara? When you put it on your eyes?
Yeah, whatever that is.
I'm trying to remember my terms for makeup.
But I think that goes on your eyelashes. I don't know, but I have no idea. But I think this is like a pocket big enough you could put something in it and like hide it.
Filter.
Oh, you think that's a filter? Oh, maybe that's true. I mean,
I guess they do have makeup filters.
Well, and look at his teeth; they all look like it's one tooth. There's no, you can't really see any.
He's got
like
some tight dental work.
It's just like
I guess.
one shoot.
One big. Is he AI? Is this kid AI? I don't know. Now I'm wondering.
Now I know when I saw this, I'm like, But I guess filter. I don't know. I've never used filters. I don't understand filters, Bobby.
Kamala Harris was selected in a complete undemocratic process, selected by the government for the highest office in the United States. You guys really just can't stay unoutraged for even a day. You couldn't have had a day break after the peace deal between Israel and Palestine. We're all tired of it. We're all tired of your hypocrisy, and we're tired of the nonsense.
You can't stay unoutraged for even a day. Oh my god. Well, it's weird that was the person you're choosing to represent young folks, which initially I was like, I don't know, that's kind of weird. But then I'm like, you know what? That is actually probably
it does
accurate.
represent young folks
like,
these days.
Damn it! It's accurate! Why Gen Z refuses to work like boomers. So they just skipped right over the in-betweeners. So we're like, you work like a boomer, like a crazy, or
in between there, guys.
Yeah, and those are definitely on the extreme ends. Like boomers are one extreme, and there's middle ground. We just skipped over the sensible middle ground.
Gen Z absolutely refuses to work.
Yeah, the transitional.
But why? Why so against it? A survey found that 72% of Gen Z workers have quit or strongly considered quitting their job if the job wasn't flexible. Another found that Gen Z...
Do we understand this? 72% have either left or considered leaving, which I don't like that. I would like to know how many actually left, because if it was like 1% and 71%, then it's like, okay, that's not necessarily crazy, but like, you know, and what is consider leaving? Like, have a thought of it, like one day because you're upset.
Yeah, I consider
like, okay.
leaving my job all the time. I've been there for over 6 years. So.
Yeah, exactly. So that doesn't really mean much. So
yeah,
like,
it doesn't mean a lot.
On its surface, it doesn't mean much, but like, if their employer did not offer a feasible, flexible work policy, which I don't even know what that means. A feasible? Am I reading this wrong? Feasible, flexible?
No, feasible and I think it would be a feasible and flexible work policy, but they probably work.
So I'm not sure what exactly
flexible.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what this even means necessarily.
I would put a comma in between them, but I'm not saying that's accurate. It's just what I would do.
Yeah,
but
I would as well. This seems like
and flexible
two different qualifiers on the work policy. So this should be somehow like better.
Feasible. I mean, you do a job, you get paid for it. How is that?
I know. Even this, I don't even understand what this means. Is what I'm saying. Like, what does this even mean?
I'm guessing it's in reference to work-life balance, what people call work-life balance, which is basically.
Yeah, the flexible piece I think makes sense.
It depends on who you're talking to, what that actually means. So
that means they want to be able to stay home whenever they feel like it, more or less.
Right. Yeah, I know.
Pretty much, or leave whenever they need to go get their hair did. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
like unlimited PTO or whatever.
Yeah, they can't. Called. Well, that is actually somewhat normal, but not in the way that these people
doesn't benefit the workers as well as much as you'd think it would.
It does if they like can balance it correctly, but if you just want to abuse it, like no, and if you want to like not use it, well, that's also kind of like a problem. But it's like it's a balance. Like, you know, I had a teammate
I'd use it correctly.
Just want to like, you know, he needed to reset. He had just had some pain from kidney stones, this and that, and he's like, look, I just need to take the week off. It's like, all right, take the week off, like whatever. Like when you come back, we'll get the shit done, and it's.
Right.
You know, it's like give and take, you know what I mean?
It depends on the industry and the job too, though. That's the
that is true.
Some jobs and
you can't just not do the job.
What we have to accomplish during a 24-hour or a 8-hour work day.
Yeah, some things just aren't
different for some companies than it is for others.
Yeah, especially like a factory. You got to produce this many units per hour. Like they can't not be producing the unit. You know,
to a degree.
There's some things, but you know, and a lot of times it's like, as long as you're acting right, like if every single week you're like, oh, I need to take a week off, like, okay, well, you're fired. You know what I mean? But if like, look, I just need some time off. When I come back,
Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely.
You know, as long as, you know, it all balances out. It's not, this is what I tell my team all the time. It's not a problem. Don't make it a problem. You know what I mean? It's not a problem. I'm not going to make it a problem. You don't make it a problem. You know what I mean? If it's not a problem, it's not a problem until it is. You know what I'm saying? And don't let it get there. So I assume everyone is an adult. You know,
it works for professional level people who are more committed to, you know, both sides of things, their life and their job.
And I think it's easier when the owner is like one level away from the employee. Like I can look at my employee and he can see me too. And we're like, okay. And
that also helps.
You know, like I'm helping you, you're helping me. You know what I'm saying? Like we help each other.
Everyone has to be at their desk except me, and I'm in Florida.
Yeah, exactly. So it's, you know, it is what it is. But at any rate, a bunch of Gen Z, they just need a feasible, flexible work policy or they're not even going to do it.
Survey found that 72% of Gen Z workers have quit or strongly considered quitting their job if the job wasn't flexible. Another found that Gen Z is asking for way more money than boomers did, with 55% of them negotiating job offers compared to 42% for boomers.
Even this, I don't know what is the problem here. Like, I feel like you should always negotiate. Like, if you're not negotiating, you're leaving stuff behind. So to say like, oh, they're negotiating too much. Well, this is actually the one thing they're probably doing right. The problem is they're negotiating the bullshit. Like you're negotiating paid counseling and like mental health therapy and like
in-house therapy.
What are you talking about?
I need a therapist on call 24 hours a day. Okay, we'll pay you that. We'll do that, and we'll pay you $2 an hour. Yeah,
I know. Like,
or we just pay you $20 an hour. I mean,
you do whatever you want with it. Yeah, exactly.
You do whatever you want with the money. Get your own therapist.
I do what the hell you need to do. I don't know, man. It's worth $20 to me. Take it or leave it. Jeez, this is the crazy shit. But I don't know. This one again, I'm not sure why this is an issue, but it's, to me, it's more of an issue of what they're arguing for.
The same study found on average that Gen Z expects a 10% annual raise, even without a promotion, which was...
Oh, geez. I think I was muted for a second. Now, this one, the 10% annual raise. I mean, technically...
Yeah, I mean, I can see arguments to both sides of that. Like...
I mean,
personally, I've never had a job that gave regular raises. I've had plenty of jobs that said when I started that they did give regular raises, but none of them actually ever have.
The problem is 10%.
And I've had a lot of jobs so over the years. So like, that's a great thing to negotiate for if you can get it in writing. If you don't, it's wishful thinking.
But the problem is in reality, after 8 years of working there, you're going to be making more than double. And the problem is that's not always feasible.
10% is a little high for a guarantee. Like you could be guaranteed 2%. And then with, you know, like you are a good worker, we can always give you more because that's generally what employers want to do in order to keep good workers. Right. I mean, at least that's the theory. So we would incentivize you to stay by making sure your
unfortunately that never actually works out, because the only time you actually get a raise of any substantial size is if you're threatening to leave. And
that's true. No, that is absolutely true, unfortunately.
And that's the reality, which is sad.
Your best way to improve your income is to change jobs.
Right. Or at least
weird
prospect to change a job.
Right. Like the company that employs you doesn't care about you until you're ready to go. And then they're like, wait, because they realize it's more expensive to hire someone to replace you.
Well, you got to retrain. And then if that person's no good, like you're taking a chance.
It might not work out. Right.
Yeah.
There's all
and
the
how many times you got to cycle
we can just
through.
Give you an extra percentage to stay, but they don't offer that until you're ready to leave, which is like you've gone off through all the work of finding another job because you're probably not leaving until you've found another job. So then it's which job is better? I think most people would leave just because the offer they get for the new job is probably better, and it's new, so it's like I don't have to deal with the same old stuff and the same old people. It might be worse, but it can always get another job. So yeah.
Yeah, the problem is,
of course, I say that, but I also am the kind of person who doesn't go to find the other job.
I don't know why I can't
complains
find
in my mind, but sticks it out long term.
Because this is really what is the problem for me. Is like historically there's been a problem, so inflation and wages have not grown correctly. So there's some level of we have to make up for historical problems, but if you front load it, especially into small business like mine, like it's not possible. Like it's I can't compete paying my people more than a $1 billion company is paying their people. You know what I mean?
I learned recently. I don't know how accurate it is, but by what I saw, it seems quite obvious that this all began when we went off the gold standard in the 70s. Like this huge.
Well, because you can just print money
differential, right?
And then inflation is like harder, like to like spin out of control.
Correct.
Exactly. You're just like, oh, I need money. Let's print it. Okay, inflation. We'll deal with it later. And then the wages never catch up is the problem. So everyone keeps getting hit, and that's why like 10% might be kind of unreasonable. But if inflation is 3% now, or even it was 4 for a while, like
that's why I get guaranteeing 2% when its standard is 3. Let's just say.
To me, it has to at least keep up with inflation. Like you have to keep up at least.
Yeah, I think having like a 3 to 5% guaranteed annual raise is reasonable. I think 10% is a little high because 10% suggests that you're doing your job very well.
Yeah. Well, or you're transitioning out of like a junior role into a mid role, like you've like leveled up in your career, like you're moving up into a higher responsibility bracket. It's not just because like, oh, because you've been here, I'm just going to give you more money. It's like you've had to actually create more value or take on more responsibility, you know, whatever, which makes you more valuable. Like all these things, you can't just expect, oh, I answer the phone all day and like that's all I do and I never do anything else. Like I want this just ever increasing money. Really? You want to be paid twice as much after 8 years? It's just like crazy. Like no way. Yeah, cost of living raises, like those have to be there. And frankly, if you're living in, and we'll see this come up too, they'll talk about like, oh, you know, living in California, like, you know, even 300 grand or whatever isn't enough. It's like, why the fuck are you living in California then? Like, that's your fucking choice, idiot. Like no one's telling you. Or if you're living in New York or something and your apartment is like $1 million for a studio, well, you know how much house you could buy for $1 million literally anywhere else? That sounds like a you problem again. Like what opportunity is it affording you? Like, oh, you're waiting tables at a restaurant and you can't get by. Well, why are you waiting tables at a restaurant in fucking New York where a studio apartment's $1 million? It doesn't. You can wait tables literally anywhere. Like this literally doesn't make any sense.
I think most of the people that go to the big cities like that and have to deal with the huge cost of living is because they have a dream that they're chasing, like acting or, you know, Broadway or, you know, whatever it might be, because they're cultural centers. Yeah. That's the only explanation I have.
But then that's what you like your opportunity cost, right? You're like, you know what? This is the only way that I can do this. Like you're putting it on the line. You're gambling. Okay, great. Guess what? You don't get to cry like and say, oh, like I need to be like on Social Security and like social programs because I chose to do this stupid thing. Or they might not, and then we don't need to be taking care of them. But if they want to take the chance, great. But that means you are taking a chance, not society is not taking a chance on you because you want to try something. You are trying it. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck you. Everybody want to do something. Like, figure it out.
Was 42% higher than what boomers expected when they were asking.
Yeah, if you want to be an actor, you don't have to go to Los Angeles. You can also go to wherever Bollywood is filmed, right? I mean, it's an option. You can go to, go to England and, be the the perfect American extra because you're American.
Because you're actually American.
You know, so
you know how to do it. You know how to do it perfect.
You're like born to do this role, right?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing.
There's always other options. I mean, I wouldn't recommend like going to China and getting into kung fu unless you actually know kung fu. But, you know, I mean, there's probably not many kung fu experts who are not Asian and can also act. So if you could do that, there you go. That's path to greatness.
Yep. I don't know. So I can't get behind like people making bad decisions and then crying because they can't afford to live where they chose to live, or they can't afford to eat, you know, when the food prices are like 6 times higher wherever they are for whatever reason. It's like the ability for someone to just move is like never literally been easier. If like how like you just go like
to a degree. I mean, it's still expensive to move. I mean, it still costs.
I mean, well, there's a cost to not moving also. If you're like, if you can't eat, to go move somewhere that you can eat.
Short term versus long term. I guess that's the difference. Do you wait it out long term and hope for the best, or do you?
And really, how expensive? You know what I mean? Like
now, in order to try to get something better.
If you literally can't eat and you can go somewhere else that you can eat, like what is the cost of that? You know what I mean? Like. It's just like it's a no. You shouldn't be crying and saying, "Oh, I need a handout from everyone else because it's too complicated for me to fucking figure out." Like, nope, figure it out.
At work, or are they the first generation to really hold corporations accountable for what's theirs? Well, I looked at a lot of data and I think I have the answer. The baby boomer generation, born approximately between 1946 and 1964, entered the workforce during a time of fairly unprecedented economic growth. Between 1950 and 1970,
it's like forever ago.
Nearly doubled alongside with it. A high school diploma was often enough to secure a stable, upwardly mobile employment.
We were still in World War II when these people were born.
Beautiful pensions, healthcare benefits, and a clearly defined path to retirement.
Which started almost 100 years ago.
Labor contract. Boomers were
really close.
Socially and economically that hard work over time would be.
Well, this is the thing. He's saying like the job kind of like more or less guaranteed by the time you retire, you're good to go because you either had a pension or you had some like,
yeah, you know, that was true. Pensions were a thing back then, man. You worked for a company for like 10 plus years. And by the time you retired, they provided for your retirement.
Yeah, I mean, this is like 30 plus years anymore. For like boomers. Like these people they'd get a job and work there for their entire fucking life. And then,
right. Yeah.
You know,
that was when companies wanted people to stick around because that was just their philosophy. It was better to keep people long term than it was to have a high changeover.
At the time that they were doing that, though, like to pay you for the rest of your life. Okay, if you are only expected to live a couple years or maybe not even make it to retirement, honestly, like they were kind of banking on people just not even making it. But the point is like the combination of
companies were different then too. Back then, companies were. I mean, their profit margins were, I think they were massive for the most part. So a lot of the business plans, you might say, included long-term employment like that, where they kept growing because they assumed they would.
But I don't think they would expect people to live like 10 and 20 and 30 and 40 years into retirement. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think they were planning on paying people for that long continuously. Like, that's a huge. They weren't
expecting people to live on average into their 80s.
And that's an ongoing kind of you don't know how much you're like. How do you plan for that? Really, you know, like, oh shit, this generation lived 5 years longer. That costs a company like $50 billion we weren't expecting to pay or something like, I don't know, like whatever the money is like,
Which is why it changed. Absolutely. I mean, there's a reason it's not like that anymore. And I mean, you know, it's because of money. It's always because of money.
It's always because of money.
Cats.
Money will do it to you.
Be rewarded. Pay your dues is literally how it would play out. Long tenures, minimal job hopping, and deference to hierarchy was part and parcel with that era. In 1983, the median tenure for a private sector worker.
And that was the thing too. If you just went to your job every day and you just did whatever your like manager or boss or whoever you were like following their footsteps until like, you know, you took over their position and whatever, you were pretty much just guaranteed like just show the fuck up and do what you're told. You'll get paid. You'll eventually move up the ladder and if you're, one day you can make some decisions, what I'm saying? There was actually a just shut up and do it, right? Like, we don't want to hear the shit, and people just went and they did it, and they're like, fuck you, I'll just do whatever you tell me. That's not something these kids can do. Like, they literally could not just go follow someone's footsteps. It's not possible for them. Like, it just wouldn't happen. They just can't do that. And so now it's like, okay, not only is this opportunity not there, but even if it was, they wouldn't take it. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is no way to just go to work and just do what you're told and you'll just get paid, right? Like, just your job is more or less guaranteed if you just show up and don't completely fuck up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, I feel like that is fundamentally different also. Like, the level of you, like, that still exists, I think, in places, but it's just not as, like, the
not
norm.
As prevalent.
Yeah, it's just
it's
not like
the norm.
how
Yeah,
it is.
I think government jobs are one of the last places that kind of had that long-term security. And that's
getting all shook up now.
Right now, because it's getting all shook up. Exactly.
Which is great.
Like, I don't understand why these people are complaining so much. I mean, it's like, if you worked for a company, like I do, I have all my life. Like, I always work for some company or something. I mean, not all, but most of the corporate jobs I've had I always expect to be temporary, one way or another. So I guess they just are not used to being unemployed, and it freaks them the hell out. But then at the same time, like, you guys are paid like really well to do jobs that you don't need degrees for.
I know, but they want more. And I saw an interview.
Like, why are you like so butthurt about like just having a week of not being paid? I'm like, that's like, really? I'm like, call me when you're like 8 months in, and you've tried really hard to find a job and you still haven't. You've had like 15 interviews, but they always pick one person over you because they're just that little bit better than you are. Right.
Yeah. Well, even if they even do,
call me then.
Like, but I think it's a month now, right? So I think they're starting to actually get a little bit of pain, and we'll see what happens with Snap. I mean, honestly, I say shut it all down. Shut it all down. Shut it. Literally turn it all off. The one thing, like, there are some things that really just make me angry, like the WIC stuff is like, why can't
WIC
we just
I'm not sure what WIC is.
WIC is like women, infants, and children. It like you can get milk and like diapers and shit for babies, and it's like a very specific set of stuff that you can just get for your like babies, and I support that 1,000,000,000%.
That sounds perfectly good to me. That's
anyone on
that's
Snap.
What our tax dollars are for.
Yeah, I know. Like,
picking up our garbage, paying our veterans.
And because that one I think is done right. It's like so specific. Like, you can get baby formula, you can get milk, you can get like baby diaper needs and stuff. Like, it's like specific.
Like super specific for babies. Absolutely. I mean,
like, who can even be against that? But when you're like, oh, Snap, here's like a bitch with 8 kids who gets like $5,000 a month for like food, and then nobody can afford anything.
Women complaining about what they didn't get anymore, and they're revealing how much they got every month.
I know.
Man, that's more than I get paid. Like, how are you complaining? Like,
I know the system is
you'd be
broke.
lucky to have a husband who brings home that much a month. Like,
and that's what they're getting on handouts, and that's why everyone's so angry.
The complaints. I mean, and then you see them shopping, and that's because they're buying like 15 2-liters, and,
I know, all the worst stuff possible,
and a bunch of Lunchables because that's their healthy food, and chicken nuggets because that's their healthy food.
Yep, they can't cook anything.
Like, I'm like, and your kid is like
600 pounds and nobody
500% over their what is it, BMI or whatever, I can't remember.
Exactly.
Like, oh my, like, and they're like 5. It's like, what the? Why is it an oversight or any sort of like?
I know, and then the pushback is crazy
to their caseworker, and the caseworker folds because they're,
Well, now they're
people who
attacking the
apparently get
cashiers and
manipulated
stuff,
really well.
man. If they'll go to Walmart and just like, or Dollar Tree or whatever, and start fighting with the people there because their Snap doesn't work or they don't have the
Right.
money on the card. It's
Yeah,
like
and then they get
literally
all violent.
Yeah, they get
Like,
violent
you just
at the
fight with poor
store.
clerk at Kroger, like
I
because
know.
you're angry. Your Snap doesn't buy you
Because your
Rolos
handouts
or
are.
your wine or whatever it is you're buying with it. Like
The lady was trying to buy paper plates with it, and they're like,
Paper
"You gotta buy
plates,
food." And she's like, "What do you think the plate is for?" It's like, "What, you're gonna eat the plate, bitch? Like, this isn't food, you retard." I don't know, man.
Maybe they should be able to use it for paper plates and napkins, but I mean,
They should get a plate and wash it.
But
Fuck
in the short
you.
term, I mean, yeah, go to the dollar store. You can get
or spend
plates
your
with
own
Christmas patterns
dollar
on
on
them
it.
for
Exactly.
like $5 for
Use your
$1
own
because they have
fucking
Christmas
money.
pattern
No
and
one's
they're lapped
stopping you
forever
from
and nobody
using
cares.
your own money. Literally,
I did
no
when I was
one is
poor.
stopping you. You could walk around the parking lot and find 4 fucking quarters and buy some plates if you fucking need them that bad. Oh my God. Makes me crazy. These people. It's like,
You
oh,
can
you were.
also very most likely get a lot of things donated to you for free if you go to your local church.
I know, and that's what a lot of people are saying.
And by
like,
church, I mean
why don't
Christian
you
church.
use your like community services like the church? Exactly.
There are services, churches, your local municipality probably has.
There's a food
something.
pantry. There's probably
There's definitely food pantries.
some sort of
There's
charity somewhere that
Forgotten
can help you.
Harvest, which is a pretty big organization.
They don't
And
even want to
often
put in
do-
the effort to do that
but
much.
it takes time and effort to get off your butt from your TV and go and get the free food that people are working really hard to deliver to you because
I know that
they
other
you're
people
hungry.
are working hard because they feel
Like,
bad for your
what?
dumbass that can't even stand up and go do it. Like, come on. I have no sympathy for any of this shit. It just makes me
And I'm not
rage.
saying that other religious centers don't do this. I just don't actually know. I mean, I don't know that they do, but I do know Christian churches do.
Yes.
100%. What's part of what we're all about.
But
helping
I
out
will
the people,
say, don't go
especially
there
those who
and
need it
cause
and
some
who want to be
problems,
helped.
though. Don't go there and be a big fat bitch about everything. Like, go there, be humble, be grateful, and
Yeah, if you're just
shut
there
the
for a
fuck up.
Then stay at home and watch your TV.
Oh,
But if you're
man,
there
it makes
because you
me
need help
angry.
and you're grateful to receive it, then absolutely. A
Yeah.
lot of people are happy to help you.
Yeah. Man.
Worker was nearly a decade. Today, that number is closer to 4 years, and for Gen Z in their early careers, it's often between 1 to 2 years. A key reason for this long-term commitment was the promise of retirement security. Defined benefit pension plans, which was the norm for private sector employees in the 1980s, was rewarded by those who stayed the course.
You barely get started doing anything at a year. Like I told you, my boss didn't expect anything from me for months. So when I was
No,
productive
that was
after
hilarious.
like a week or two, he was like, I didn't expect nothing from you. And then he gave me a raise. He's like, here, I mean, I didn't think you would be doing anything.
I just thought you'd be dead weight for at least 6 months. Like,
I'm
really?
like, what? I look at him like, what? Like, it just did not compute at all. I'm
That's
like,
awesome.
is that how you think about everybody, or am I like the special retard for some reason?
Maybe that's why I couldn't get a job when I tried to switch careers, because I thought it was nepotism, but maybe it's just because they wanted people who already had the ability to start working right away, and they just expected that someone who didn't have experience wouldn't. Because I graduated with all A's, like 4.0 as far as that was concerned, and I couldn't get a job. Like, I had a lot of interviews, and everyone's like, "We need someone with experience." I'm like, "Well, how can I get experience without a job?" I'm
It's
like,
true.
what? And I'm like, I can't afford to work for free. I'm sorry. I have rent to pay. So I can't do an internship that doesn't pay me. But I was willing to like sacrifice and eat beans and rice for a few months, with a low
First
pay
off,
internship.
a
if that's
free
what it had to
internship,
take.
like I can't even imagine that. Like,
Yeah, that's still
is that even a thing? Like, I cannot
particularly
believe
if you're
that.
in the creative field, they'll definitely take advantage of you because of that. Like, we need someone with experience, so you can work for free for 6 months, right?
Yeah,
and get your experience, and then we'll hire you. And then when they hire you after 6 months, it's like, here's minimum wage because it's entry level. It's like, what? Like I've got like.
Yeah, I have all this experience now, bitch.
I have all this experience.
I worked all for free. Yeah, exactly.
You're offering me $6 an hour for this job.
I worked for free for all this time, and now I don't get nothing.
Like what?
It's true. That shit's hilarious.
It did happen to me.
So
it was actually $9 an hour, not $6. I was exaggerating.
That is crazy, man.
I'm like, I thought I was going to have a living wage job, and instead I got a minimum wage after a free internship.
But
it wasn't 6 months. It was 3 months. It was on 6. I wouldn't have accepted a 6-month free intern. I'm like, that's ridiculous. You just want me to work for free.
You just want me to be a slave.
But I did need the experience. I had to admit that. So it was the best offer I had, and I needed it. I'm like, the sooner I get started, the sooner I'll have that experience.
Free was the best offer I had.
Yeah.
I will allow you to work for me for free, man.
Marketing and design. Let me tell you, if anyone out there is thinking of becoming a graphic designer or getting into marketing, and you don't have an aunt who owns a marketing firm, just don't do it. It's not like get your math skills in order and become an engineer. I swear.
Get your math skills in order.
Or even better, go to vocational school, become a plumber, or if you really want to make a bank, become an electrician. Because if you're a good electrician, apparently they make crazy.
You work for me and pay me, bitch. You do what I say and give me all your money. I like this. How do I get one of those? Holy crap.
How did we get so off topic? I don't know.
Life, I guess.
and your headline still says we're playing Enshrouded on Twitch. I just noticed that. I don't know if it's too late to change.
Did I forget to hit done? Did it do it now?
Oh, yeah, it just changed. Kitty.
All right. Whew. All right. I'm losing it right now.
Kitty, pick a spot.
Why is this not working? Okay.
The longer you remained, the more generous the payout was. This pension structure was explicitly designed to discourage mobility and incentivize loyalty. Promotions were performance-based, but also tenure-driven. In large firms, career ladders were formalized in HR departments, and mentorship often meant climbing behind someone on a predefined path. The implied promise was clear. If you showed up, if you stayed late, if you didn't complain, and you paid your dues, you'd eventually reach financial stability, you'd own a home, you'd retire with dignity. It's not a bad promise. The contract worked for many. Boomers became one of the wealthiest generations in history, controlling over half of U.S. wealth by 2023, despite representing roughly a fifth of the population. They bought homes young, they benefited from rising asset values, and were somewhat shielded from many modern labor market shocks. Over time, that structure has changed, and Gen Z has taken a different approach to work as a result. Housing, wages, and debt have each moved in ways that materially alter how Gen Z chooses to navigate their career. In 1980, the median home price in the U.S. was approximately between $50,000 and $60,000. Adjusted for inflation, that's roughly $290K. Yet the actual median home price in 2025 exceeds $420K, according to Federal Reserve data. This gap represents a substantial increase in the cost of home ownership relative to previous generations, especially for younger workers whose early career earnings, which we are about to touch on, have not kept pace. Wage growth has diverged from productivity. Between 1979 and 2021, net productivity in the U.S. increased by nearly 70%, while hourly compensation rose by only 20%, according to the Economic Policy Institute. We also have to talk about student debt. The average Gen Z borrower carries approximately $20,000 in student loan debt, but many have a much larger debt load, sometimes well into the six figures. Since 1980, the cost of attending...
Yeah, I had over 100K. What are you talking about? That's crazy. But, I mean, debt, that's the first shackle, and they get you early before you really even know anything about it.
Housing prices are so bad. Like it comes to buying a home.
Yeah.
I'm buying a house. House.
Oh my God. I've been house shopping and it's retarded.
It's like, oh my gosh.
It is retarded. It really is. Dude.
I'm kind of happy with my little condo right now just because I have a super great mortgage rate. Because of when I got it, my timing was not by choice, but it was really lucky. Really lucky. That my credit was really good because I pay my bills on time. Yeah,
gotta pay your bills. Well, mostly.
But I started looking recently too. I'm like, man, everything I want to look at is it's not that it's it's just like, it's so high. It's like, like really?
Yeah.
Because who the hell can
I know who can afford these.
I'm just like, I mean, I know some people can, but they can't be.
If you don't already have a house, there's no way. There's no way.
Because I mean, yeah, it's like, so a lot of these houses are being built and they're not getting purchased very quickly, or if at all. I mean, it's like, I don't understand. Like, something's gotta. Maybe the banks own all these properties. They're all being rented. I don't know.
No,
like
the banks don't own them. But that's the thing, though. If you don't own a home already,
BlackRock owns them all. I mean, like, what's
get a new home.
I don't get it.
Well, drive all the asset prices up, because then if they own everything and you can't buy it, then they have a lot of. Even the smallest house becomes even very valuable, right? So
yeah, but again, if no one can afford to purchase them,
you will rent them. You will own nothing.
You rent them out. Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
And you keep the rent at a point that nobody can ever get out of it.
Right. So they can't. Yeah, because they can't save enough. That makes perfect sense, actually.
Yep, it's crazy. And even I'm looking at ballpark plus and minus $1 million houses, and it's. You would be shocked. And you look at the price history is like, oh, this sold last for like $450,000 like 6 years ago or something, and be like, what?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's the difference. Like because when I looked for houses it was like 10 years ago, so it's been a while, but it's before COVID. And then I look at the same properties now. I'm like, what the? Like, did everyone just become filthy rich? Like, did we all win the lotto? And I just missed out, and am I the only one that didn't win the lotto? I'm like, what's going on?
That's what it feels like. What the
it's
fuck?
Like, what?
I'm looking around like, geez, like everybody in the world got like a $800,000 house that's just like a 2-bedroom. Like, what? This is crazy. This is crazy.
Right.
This is crazy.
Feel like the property value where I live went up all that much by comparison. I mean, like, so it's like, I don't really, it's not like I could sell my property for twice what I paid for it right now, but it feels like everything went up double.
Yeah, well, nice.
This is crazy.
Luckily, things are starting to come down finally, but
I think they kind of have to some degree. I mean,
they have to. Well, the problem is,
if no one's purchasing them,
you inherit a house
privately purchased by some giant underground company that everyone talks about with
and that's really not true. When you look at how many people own houses, it's mostly people own houses. It's not very many companies. Like the amount of inventory owned by companies is not that high.
Or I guess a lot of them are still in a family ownership cycle. Yeah. Like they'll be.
But I don't know how much longer that's going to be true. Just because people inherit a house, they sell it.
Can't afford the property
and then
taxes
what? They blow the money.
Your parents' house,
and exactly the property taxes. Yep.
Right. And when you sell it, you're going to get the best price you can, because that's how you live your best life, is by getting money.
Yep. You just need that money, and you're going to go blow it. You're not going to go buy a new house with it.
Place you are going to live in, right? And
well, that problem is people are going to blow a significant chunk of it, and they're never going to be able to get that back. Like, they don't understand. Like,
oh, that's true too. Yeah, that's a good point.
At some point, you gotta grow your wealth before you just blow it all. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of
If you grow your wealth, you're more likely to use it responsibly.
Well,
for yourself and your descendants.
Making more wealth is easier. Something. Like, it gets easier as you accumulate more. Yeah. So it's like, why would you blow it? So now you're making it harder to get more. Like, it's insanity. And I don't know, man. And even, I talked to like the guy at Schwab called me.
Almost like there's some force trying to keep the average person constantly in debt.
I know, it seems
never get out of it, or just on
honestly,
the edge,
I wonder if it's intentional or if it's like it just happened that way. Honestly,
but they're still making enough.
It's hard to tell.
The system.
Yeah, exactly. It's a balance, but I think it happens naturally. To be honest, I think there might be something that pushes it in that direction, but I think it's pretty natural. Yeah,
to a degree. And the problem that human greed gets involved. That's really where the problem.
Well,
big
greed
problem
and the disconnection, because when you're just like buying and selling companies and they're making money and like you have no like who the fuck's the employee? Like, like
Right.
I don't
Yeah.
care. I'm
Yeah,
just
that's
like I
true.
made $1 million today. I
That
don't
is
care
very true.
who's the employee.
You're just trading
Like-
stocks. It's not like you're just trading a piece of the company, so you're only a part of the process temporarily.
And the only thing
Unless you
those
own a
people
lot
care
of
about
stocks,
are
in which
what
case
it
then you can influence the company, but that's like
maybe,
you have
but
to
you got to own a lot.
buy a
Yeah.
lot. Like, yeah, and that's a lot of money. So
And
unless
then
you're
that
buying
comes with
some
its own
penny stocks
challenges.
and that's like, would you even want to become involved in this company? Right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I don't know. It's a whole mess. I don't know. And all they care about is how much money. And, we do things quarterly. Like you report everything quarterly. So you never have a chance to really put out a long-term plan, because if you try and do something long-term that hurts you in the short term, you're going to get stomped because you didn't maximize the amount of money you generated right now.
and on an individual side, they're going to look at you and say, this is your fault and you're fired. And that's important to the individual. It's like, I don't want to lose my job for doing my job. So I have to do my job in this way, not that way.
Yeah.
So it's got to be short term.
Well,
and I think that is one of the problems with corporations is that they by nature are short-sighted.
Well,
but
Trump's trying to push towards,
I think capitalism is a good thing only because there's really nothing else that's better, and it's definitely not communism.
definitely. I mean, that's
fascism
definitely
in
the best thing
disguise.
that we have for sure. But Trump's pushing for reporting yearly or longer, and all these people are pushing back like, like, oh, this is like some maneuver to like, be extra sneaky and all this stuff. It's like literally it gives a company a chance to actually plan for a longer than a single quarter about how to create a sustainable business that isn't just about squeezing as much money into the shareholders' pocket as possible and fucking the employee as hard as possible. You know what I'm saying? Like the incentives aren't aligned right. Like you're not giving it a chance to grow. You're saying, you're slap, gimme, without any chance of like, okay, well, we have to invest a little bit back into it to make it like function right. I don't care. Gimme. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
that does make a lot of sense too. I mean, we can't drain them dry or else they won't do it. Period. Like if there's no profit in it, there's no point in doing it.
Yeah. And this is but the profit over what duration is the problem. Like profit over a quarter is different over a year is different over like the lifespan of a company or like a lifespan of an employee. So we did like 10 years. It's like,
that's why you sometimes do take risks, like deciding to suddenly and abruptly changing your logo and telling people that they love it and then telling them all the other great things that they're going to love and then finding out that you were wrong and then taking a hit because of it and possibly destroying the company long term, because their long-termness like is possibly damaged. On the other hand, maybe it was at least it got people talking about the company again. And maybe people went back to it just to be like, yeah, it's been a long time since I've been to this restaurant that I'm not specifically talking about.
Yeah, we're not talking about anything specific.
It's just, I've been there a long. Other people are talking about it now, but it's like, well, maybe that offsets some of the damage, but probably not all of it.
Yeah, it was just like the Jimmy Kimmel thing. They were trying to claim, he had record numbers after he got like brought back on the air or whatever. It's like, and then the next week it went to zero because everyone watched it just to see like what the fuck he was going to say after he got back. And when he was a complete retard, no one watched him again. Like, you can't be like, oh yeah, it was such a good, look how good he's doing. Like, yeah, clearly you're retarded.
He's
crazy.
Just so like
disgusting.
But I mean,
well, yeah.
I don't understand his appeal really because the only thing he really does is affirm the craziness of the left and make it like everything.
That's his appeal.
The right is crazy. Ha ha ha. We all know this kind of an attitude. That's like all he does. He's not really even like.
He's not a comedian even. There's not even any jokes or anything.
Enough to say he's never funny, but I've never laughed at what he's done. I have laughed at what the other Jimmy Fallon. Like he occasionally does like skits and stuff that are kind of entertaining, and I have laughed at some of his jokes. But he's also very left leaning as far as I can tell. Just not nearly as bad as what's his name. Ugh. So I get them mixed up. Their names mixed up sometimes. Yeah, because they're both Jimmys.
To me, Colbert was like the ultimate example. He was so fucking funny, and he almost got like
hilarious.
I think there was some sort of like space like Conan launch or something. They were gonna like name a rocket after him or something, and he was like getting people to vote on it or whatever to name it the Colbert, and like. Everyone was like with him, and he was so funny, and
he was hilarious.
He just like ruined his entire everything. He just like degenerated into nasty, just terrible.
Started believing his own rhetoric.
Saved yourself from student debt by just dropping out. Well, that is one way to do it. I wish I had just decided it wasn't worth it, because nothing about school was useful to me, honestly. And honestly, the thing that was most useful to me about going to school was I met my roommate and we studied gambling. And fast forward like 20 years later, now that I'm into the stock market and I understand like gambling effectively, like betting, like how do you make a bet, how do you like risk management, like honestly investing is no different than going to the fucking casino. I swear to God, it is in so many ways identical. And I'm glad that I spent like a significant portion of my life as a gambler. So I understand all this shit. And I'm like, holy crap, this is like the roundabout way that I gained the experience that I needed 20 years later. I went to college for computer programming, but actually I learned how to be a gambler and made more money doing that than I did over the last 10 years in my professional career. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? I think about, God, you are so crazy with your just insanity. And just whoop-a-da-doop-a-da-doo. And here we go. 10 years later, it all kind of came together all fucking crazy. Like, what? None of this was in the plan. What are you talking about? Anyway, you just got to let things happen, I guess.
God knows better than you. His plans are superior.
I know. And that's what I'm saying. I'm like, holy crap. Like, seriously? This is how it all comes together? I did not see this coming a mile away. And I'm like, oh my God, that's the only reason I learned any of this shit. And why I'm even in the position I am right now today. Like, it makes me insane.
After adjusting for inflation, far outpacing wage growth, housing, or consumer prices. And as we've touched on in several of the last videos, the US economy today is just not the greatest. Deloitte projects US GDP growth at 1.4% this year and 1.5% in 2026. That's not recessionary, but that's also not that strong. Inflation has chilled, but it's still a tad sticky, holding around 2.8 to 3%. And the job market macro-wise is starting to slip, with some economists putting the odds of a downturn within the next 12 months at roughly 1 in 3. Another thing that is very, very important to note here is that over the past few decades, two of the most powerful employee retention tools, pensions and employer-provided healthcare, have fundamentally changed. In 1980, over 60% of private sector workers had access to a defined benefit pension. Today, that number is less than 15%. The majority have shifted to a
Yeah, because pension, again, it doesn't make sense. It used to make sense. It doesn't really make sense. I'm going to just leave it at that. It's just, it really doesn't make sense. Honestly,
no, because pensions were basically putting your retirement in the hands of your employer.
Yeah,
and that's
exactly. That doesn't make any sense. As far as I'm concerned,
that's just as stupid as doing the same thing and putting the government in charge of your
100%.
I think you should be in charge.
You should be in charge of your retirement, and you should be financially educated enough.
Just get rid of it. I mean, just keep it.
Get rid of it.
Like the disabled part is fine. Like for those people who like lost a leg when they were saving a puppy from traffic, like that's cool. But like instead of taking our money from our paycheck and putting it into some random account that we're going to get pittance out of later if we're lucky to live that long, then like put it into a 401k for us, like, you know, like, or even better, just leave us alone and stop taking our money. Like, let us do our own retirement and just teach that to us in high school so we don't have an excuse. Like, it's a class, like taking care of yourself, 101. Like, it starts in like 5th grade or something like that. Maybe even sooner than that.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
and eventually it can go into finances and balancing your checkbook and not spending more than you make, and why you don't want to go into crazy amounts of debt unless you're absolutely sure of what you're doing.
But I think part of that too is where's the parents? Because I think,
well, that's what I mean. You have to teach this in school because apparently it's not being taught by parents. And I think it's because the parents that we have now didn't get that taught to them by their parents.
This is true, but I'm saying
there was a breakdown with people being taught basic how to take care of yourself as an adult lessons, but society somehow just expects us to figure it out. And like, if I didn't have my parents to teach me or my siblings, like,
that's
I mean, you can have,
you gotta have someone that knows it to teach it to you,
who are not necessarily your biological parents. They can be your guardians, your aunts or uncles, you know, your best friend's parents. Like, there's usually other options to learn these things other than just your actual parents. But in general, society expects them to be taught in that manner, not through school. But it's apparently not getting to a large number of young people who apparently don't even know how to use a can opener, a manual can opener. So, like, we need to start teaching these things in school again, because I think we used to teach them. I was taught, I had a finance class in high school. It was basic, but it at least let me know what the heck the difference between a dividend and a yield was. Like, at least I could read what
I don't know. One of the things did your school have like a bank? My school had like a bank in it.
No, we didn't go that far. We just did like mock purchases, like stock purchases.
I think the school should have, like, we had a credit union in the bank that in the school, and you could like get a checking account and like a debit.
That's pretty
I don't remember if you could get a debit card, but you could like
teach you
put your you could put your money in there, and then students would like run the bank and like be the tellers and make sure all the money got done right or whatever. But at the end of the day, you learned like, how do you balance a checkbook? Okay, based on how much I'm saving and how much I'm spending, like, look at my savings is always zero. Like, what the fuck?
Second graders this stuff and just use their money for buying like treats and random knickknacks that
you just gamify anything like currency. Like, oh, they behave, you get a ticket. Okay, you can spend your tickets on Friday at the store.
And they'd like be financial experts by the time they're in high school. Heck yeah, I'm all for that.
Oh, it's crazy. And the level of like the result of that is so good
throughout their schooling is, I think, to me it's like a no-brainer. But for some reason we don't do that. We
don't teach anything. It's just babysitting.
Your pronouns and how you identify. Rainbow basket weaving and stuff like that. I don't know.
It's crazy. I don't get it. But I do think given I saw an interview, and the guy was talking about, people that give their kids allowance. That's not right. And then telling them like, oh, do this and we'll give you the allowance. It should be like, here's a board of different ways that you can make money, and as much as you want. Like, mow the lawn, here's $10 or like $5 or whatever it is. Dishes, laundry, or you can choose to do nothing, but you also get nothing. So don't be upset about that, because that's how the world works. You do nothing, you get nothing. You know what I'm saying? Or here's the opportunities that you have, and you can choose to pursue them or not, right? Like, and now, like, at so many different levels, it's not just finance. It's like, okay, these are my opportunities. Can I make a new app? Can I say, hey, what if I do this? How much you give me? Like, now I'm like thinking, how can I generate value, right? Like, this is a new skill that I just learned. Like, how can I think about, this is what I want, this is what I'm being offered. it doesn't line up. Well, can I find a third thing that maybe, okay, maybe this has value that wasn't brought up before, you know, like the level of like depth of just real world, just that one little thing. It prepares you better for the real world than pretty much all of school in terms of finance, at least, like, and like opportunistic, like value generation and like, how do I like, okay, I could go to school and get a degree in sociology and maybe be a social worker and make $30,000 a year. And I spent $65,000 to get there, and I need to spend $45,000 a year to live. So I'm losing $15,000 a year, and I'm in the whole $60,000. Maybe this is not a good idea. Like, where do I go green from here? Like, how do I get back to zero even? You know what I mean? Like, maybe I won't do that.
Yeah. These days, getting into the green is quite the struggle.
It is hard.
I was at a point where I was just happy to be in the yellow. Like, I'm like, at least I'm not in the red anymore. Like, it took me like a really long time and a lot of hard work to get there. But I was like, finally, at least I'm not hemorrhaging money every month and like figuring out how I'm going to eat next month or what I'm going to eat next month is really
when I got my first job and when I moved on from that job into my second job, were the only time in my entire life. So this is like right out of school. First job and into my second job was the only time I ever had savings. In the last 20 years, my account is literally goes to zero every fucking month. and I make a lot of money and it's insane. And I'm like, but I also put all my money to work. Like, I don't want money just sitting around, to be honest. But
I've known this guy for a long time, and he's always had a plan going on. Whether or not it's actually succeeded, it's okay.
It doesn't always succeed.
As a businessman knows, it's not always about your successes. It's also about your failures, and you learn.
You got to learn from your failures. Yeah. It's an expensive lesson.
If you play the numbers, you'll be successful.
It's a numbers game, baby.
Absolutely. I had an argument with someone about that, and our president, and like, he's had all these failed business. I'm like, absolutely, he has. It's because he's a true businessman. True businessmen know that it's not always going to work. Now, the fact that he doesn't pay his creditors, that's another story. But and whether or not that's true, I don't really know, but I suspect it might be because a lot of people like to talk about it. Maybe I don't think I've ever heard him say, no, that's not true.
I don't know if it's legal, like whatever, that's right. Business,
it's business. I understand. He's a New York businessman.
It's some shitty business, but it's business.
More, it's all about whatever it's about, and I don't know what it's about because I'm not a New York businessman, but I've seen movies.
So anyway, yeah, we got way into the weeds. Anyway, so Gen Z refuses to work.
Welcome to RedNex World
boomers.
News.
Yep, you've got a bunch of life lessons you just got threw down on that. Yeah, hit the subscribe like. We love all of you. All right,
you're wonderful.
So that's work, but now we have Gen Z won't date anymore, which is interesting. And can anybody guess why before we jump into this? I think
from
there's two
male's
primaries.
Perspective. I'm guessing because of second wave feminism making it really hard, and the combination of the fact that they can't afford it because raising a family is expensive, especially when you don't have some sort of guarantee to a degree of things having like an outcome that's positive. Not
guarantee? What the hell in life is guaranteed?
No, I'm sorry. It was the wrong word.
Bobby! I love you.
From the female's perspective, second wave feminism, and because the society tells them that they're better off without men and that men are the problem to all society's issues.
Yep.
These are my guesses. And I sit at home a lot and watch the internet too much. So take that as you will. And I'm also old.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And we're going to talk about Gen Z men
Geeky
stopping
Sparkles
dating because they're afraid they're going to get filmed and that their mistakes are going to be broadcast on the internet by Gen Z women.
One of my guesses.
Mm-hmm. They're going to get
think about that. Oh, they're going to get like publicly shamed or internet shamed, and they're worried. Oh, that makes a lot
not
of
even
sense,
just. I mean, even beyond internet shamed, it's like your peer group. Even I mean, it's one thing. I mean, sure. Like, I honestly, I don't know what would be worse, but I'm sure like the direct impact of like, oh, your friend did this, and then or someone that doesn't like you, and then spread it around everywhere or whatever, and now it's like, just
I hadn't thought about that.
And this is why I don't like school in
worse,
general. Like school, I think is not good, and especially when you're forcing kids that are like complete fucking sociopathic pieces of shit. Like eventually in your life, if you have to deal with these people, you can choose not to. But when you're in school, you literally have no choice. And people say, oh, you have to deal with people and this and that. Like, no, you don't have to deal with people in this capacity. Like, literally, you don't.
Yeah.
So, honestly, I think to an extent, like we torture kids by doing this.
Sort of short term, there's always human resources to go to, and you can always quit.
Yeah,
or,
like you can just literally stop. You can go do something else.
It might be right.
And frankly, those people will typically be pushed out of whatever. Right? They're gonna self ostracize and get like they won't be part of those societies because
they're gonna want to leave as soon as possible and get away from that group as soon as possible.
Right. So either that
retreat or hide or even act out in order to get in trouble in order to be separated from the rest of them. Like it's all possible routes.
So
which stinks. Social pressures like that is just stupid, especially when it's on young people. I agree.
Mm-hmm. Yep. This is why they kill themselves.
And apparently it's just getting a lot worse. So
and when it's all recorded and all this stuff.
We're also in this age of, zero tolerance against bullying, which just pushes it underground apparently and pushes it onto the internet, makes it worse.
Even I don't think it's zero. It's zero tolerance. What is bullying? Like making me call a man a woman? Like, is that not bullying? Like making like me have to play on a sport with this ogre even though it's like the girls team, like at what point is it's just nonsense.
I mean, but it's also different. Like I grew up in a world where if I had a bully, I had to deal with it. Like if I went to like a teacher or something, it just got worse. So and I think I learned that lesson really fast. So I learned also how to deal with it on my own in my own way, which actually worked out pretty well for me. I just found the biggest kid and made sure I was his best friend and hung out with him like all the time. And I gave him candy and stuff. So he just like loved to hang with me around. And
Here's
I'd be like,
some
this
candy.
dude's the best. Here's some candy, bro. I love you. You're the best. And you're also huge. Nobody will ever mess with me while I'm hanging out with you.
You're huge. That's what she said.
It worked out. It was easier than fighting.
Well, yeah, I don't know. So that was the first thing that really just kind of cheesed me off here was this kind of like, oh, this kind of, getting filmed and then shaming. And it's like literally someone trying to like ask someone else out or be like, hey, it's already kind of like awkward. This is the first time maybe doing something like this is, a life thing, your body's it's like all crazy. And now you're going to like be like persecuted for it and ridiculed. And it's like not a everybody moment. It's not like, this isn't for everyone. This is like a one-on-one. This is a personal conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like at what point is privacy just not allowed anymore? You know what I mean? Like, can we get a moment of just, I'm talking to just you and fuck everyone else. And if you don't like what I'm saying, fine, I'll just go away. Like, it's not that big a deal, but why do we got to make it a big deal?
And I don't blame them for this because I have seen many videos where they've done this. And I've seen videos where guys just made the girl get out of the car and I was like, good. Serves them right. Good. When we grew up, we did a lot of stuff, but there isn't evidence of it. There's everything. These kids today, I do feel bad because there's cameras everywhere. And These poor kids. It is so hard. I can only imagine.
So this, is kind of going along with everything else we've been talking about with Gen Z, why they're not dating as often as they used to. They're talking about how Gen Z women now are dating older men because the Gen Z men won't date. But then a lot of women.
Do you hear that? They're dating older men because the Gen Zs won't date them.
Huh.
Which, I mean, honestly, that's kind of like good news for me because I feel like I'm maybe almost ready to start a family. And like, if the younger model is like in the market, like, okay, let's go. I don't know. Like, shit. I don't see a problem with that.
I'm going to be honest, have these unrealistic expectations too, like the whole height thing. I don't remember that being a thing.
Well, not just that. They're like, they have to make so much money because I deserve it. Then you see these women, it's like, what makes you think that you are, a trophy wife that somebody with a lot of money would want?
Yeah, and then we see this too, like these crazy expectations. Like, oh, you got to be a certain height. Feminism. Like, what is that? Like, when did that become a thing?
Disproportionate expectations.
Yeah,
and
like so like not even just like like to the
point of delusion.
Yeah,
right? It's like my man has to make.
There's not even that many people that make that much money, and you want to. What's so special about you? You're self-centered and arrogant. What kind of dude that making that kind of money is going to care about you? Like that is just crazy.
Yeah, the guy that makes that much money has a lot of options, and you're probably not the highest on that list.
Yeah, not even close. Oh my God, it's so crazy. And even if you're somewhere on the list, you're like not long-term material. You're like, okay, maybe it's worth a couple bucks to have some fun, but that's it. Like you're not long-term princess, like queen, like here's the crown jewels kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? No. No. So anyway, I don't know. They're not dating. Apparently, the women are looking for older men, and then because honestly, the older men too will have probably more money and/or like some sort of career or something.
That's kind of interesting. Is that it kind of sounds like we're going back to the norm for human society over all of history. Is usually the younger, fertile women go for the mature men who have proven themselves to be successful. And they might still have a Chad on the side, but he's not. He's just for recreational use.
Just for recreational purposes.
That might still have happened in times of old, but well, I just find that interesting. Like I grew up in the age where you usually wanted to date someone in your same age bracket, but now it's starting to switch back to how it used to be for, as far as I know, all of recorded Western civilization, at least. And I'm pretty sure it's even more so in other areas of the world as far as age differences with, 65-plus-year-old men who are landowners marrying, 15-year-old girls.
Yeah, that's a bit
that's
on
like,
the
I don't know about that,
things,
but
yeah.
Right. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I mean, it happened. But yeah, I mean, what's
like,
the in between?
The
we're getting there, I guess.
And it was perfectly acceptable and almost expected for a young woman to be married by the time she was like 20, and it would generally be to a man who was 30+ years old. So that just left the 20-year-olds like, for fun, and while they worked to earn their
success, to earn their success, and then they get
those
to
guys
cash
got
it
to
in.
Focus on, I want a woman and a family and a home and a man.
It gave them drive. It gave them something to work towards, know? So this guy is saying, what counts as financial success for each age bracket? And this is crazy to me, but
sorry, someone's got to talk to the boomers. I don't like to be a hater on the boomers. I think they get enough hate. I think it's kind of dumb. It's just the popular thing to do right now. But this is certainly why people do it. So I think the boomers believe that if you're making $100,000 a year or $99,999, then you should be considered financially successful. Boomers.
I feel like sure, and
yeah, I would say so.
If you're single and you're making $100,000 a year, you're probably fine. And if you have a partner that's also making $100,000, when I'm saying probably fine, I mean you can afford like a house payment, a car payment, your groceries.
Yeah. I think you'd be fine and be able to afford mistakes. Not huge mistakes, but mistakes. Like you could, I lost money on this stupid purchase I made. Well, I'm not,
Yeah, I mean you'd have some like bandwidth, I think, but you couldn't live in like California. You couldn't live in New York.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I guess this depends on where you live. Absolutely. I mean,
and this is what drives me crazy is like, why these kids are like, oh, it's not enough. Like, okay, for what?
Where are you living? Yeah, I mean, $100,000 a year living in like Kentucky. I think you'd
be fine,
very comfortable. Like, not like, oh my gosh, I'm going to Paris for coffee today because I feel like it, but I think you'd be able to pay your bills and still be able to save money and afford nice things on occasion and maybe go on a vacation once a year. Like if you made $100,000 a year, as long as you didn't like, have 12 kids or something.
Yeah.
Or like a cocaine habit. Like, it's gotta, I shouldn't have said cocaine on the internet twice.
Well, to me, what's interesting is that Gen X, for some reason, thinks like this is what's weird to me. Boomers are 100, and I honestly, depending upon where you are, I think that's right. But then Gen X jumps to 212, and then millennials back down to 180. It's weird that it like balloons up, and then Gen Z don't think they can even be okay at all without almost $600,000
a year.
Yeah, how many people even fall into this bucket?
Are you kidding me?
And this is why they're like so stressed and delusional. It's like nobody makes this much money. Like, what are you talking? And they want to have this like out of the gate.
That's like I own multiple properties in multiple countries, kind of level money making.
I own countries
like per year. I mean, that's unless you're just like really have an extravagant lifestyle. I think you'd be very happy with that.
I know, and this pretty much anywhere. I mean, even in like California
if I make
or
that
like
much every year, I'd be
New
like,
York, you're probably fine. I don't think, like, I don't know. It can't be that much. Yeah, I know. Here, especially, like
bottom of big R rich, but I'd be in the range.
So I don't know. This was just surprising to me, especially this balloon. Like the Gen X felt like it was so much higher for some reason, and then millennials like, nah, it's not that bad. And then these kids are just like cracked.
I'm not sure why the Gen X is high like that.
a year to be financially successful. In what state? Let me tell you right now, $100,000 a year in LA that does not feel all financially successful.
Yeah.
Maybe this is because
why are you living there?
Oftentimes move to like retiree-friendly states that have.
What?
I wonder if it's because Gen X saw the generation before them, the boomers, with like all the jobs and all the money. And we're like, oh, well, I need to make more to be successful over that average. Mm-hmm. Whereas then they didn't because of the way the world worked. And millennials who are then behind them are like, they're just complaining all the time about not having enough. And I think they do. And really, it's not that bad. So it's, we need more money, but not that much more money. Like, so they dialed it down a little bit. And then for some reason, Gen Z is just like, because they're the TikTok generation to a degree, they're like, I need like $500,000 every year.
Look, and everyone else
it's not worth getting out of bed. Like, really? Okay.
Yeah. That could be. I think too, this is like the skipping generations. Like this one had it easier, and then this one like overcompensated and was like, oh, we need so much more. And then this one's like, oh, it's not so bad. And then this one, oh, like it's so terrible. I don't know.
Way cheaper cost of living. So yeah, maybe in those states, $100,000, like $100,000 in like, I don't know, Mobile, Alabama. I was born there. Yeah, maybe we'll go far.
This is the part that's a disconnect for me. Why are they so like, oh, I couldn't possibly live somewhere where it's actually affordable to live? Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Why?
If you can't afford to live where you are, right. And exactly, have you ever even checked out the other?
Like, what's your specific reason other than I don't see TikToks about,
Yeah, Mobile,
Richmond,
Alabama.
Kentucky.
Like, yeah, exactly. Like, what? This doesn't even
Which
make
is where
sense.
Buc-ee's is,
When I
by the way.
when I went to Oklahoma the first time, I was like, you know what? It's actually, I was kind of digging it. I was like, first off, like, there's some pretty cool laws here, not gonna lie, and there's not that populated, so it's like not crowded. It's not expensive. Like, the weather's fine. Like, I don't know why not? And it's cheaper, you know. And especially if you're gonna complain, and especially if you're asking for a handout, or if you're complaining like, oh, we need to raise the minimum wage here because it's too expensive to live here. Like, okay, then don't live here. I don't know what to tell you.
Are there. However, Gen Z, this is a little ridiculous too, though. Someone gotta let y'all know that you don't need $600,000 a year to be financially successful. That's a little crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Someone gotta talk to both you guys, actually. This is ridiculous. I think Gen X and the millennials, believe it or not, the millennials actually getting something right. What the hell? That's not supposed to happen. I think this is definitely a lot more realistic. I would say, like, financially successful, maybe over 175,000. Like I said, I mean, it all depends on where you're coming from, right? I mean, I'll tell you, in California, like, I wanted to say 150,000 there, but I know here in California, like, even that, you know, I mean, it's still not, you can't do everything. Dave Ramsey might be shaking his head right now, but just don't underestimate, like, how expensive things are in the big cities. Yeah, this really depends on where you're coming from. Like, if you're living in Puerto Rico, let me tell you, the boomers are right. If you're living in Puerto Rico, oh, you can be living like a king at $100,000 a year. Puerto Rico, Mexico, Thailand. I'd say personally, like in Los Angeles, $200,000, yeah, you're successful. You're doing great.
I don't think so. I don't know. Like, I feel like those places are still too expensive. But anyway, it's just interesting to see the disconnect in what they think is financially successful. And again, I think this fuels into why they're so anxious about everything, because they're like, oh, how the hell am I going to make 600 grand if I can't even make 30 grand and I keep getting fired? You know what I'm saying?
Right. If anything, there's a lot more opportunities for earning a wage from one place that pays better while you live in another place that the standard of living is better.
Yeah, there's so much remote work.
Like, there's a lot of opportunity for that. As far as he's certainly right now with like having to teach AI and stuff like that. But there's like medical billing. Like, I think you can do that from home. There's a lot of things you can do from home and make a decent wage living in, you know, southern Wisconsin or something. Oh, I don't know if that's actually cheap or not. I shouldn't have said that because that's near Chicago. But like wherever, like, okay, like West Virginia, just because I don't think they have like, you know, a high. I mean, I don't think they're not like California, right? Or California.
I mean, pretty much anywhere that's not like a mega city, like Chicago, New York, LA, blah, blah, blah. Like, who even wants to live in these places, frankly, number one? Most of them are complete shitholes.
Because it's exciting, and that, again, that
exciting in what way? I don't know. To me, it's crazy. Like, what opportunity? Like, none of that makes any sense to me.
Every giant city I've ever been to, I'm like, I'm really glad I visited here, but I would never want to live here.
Yeah, I could not live in anyone. No,
like,
they're all shit.
I grew up in the suburbs. I've visited a lot of cities. Never lived in a giant city because I didn't want to. And I've lived in the country, and I would take the country over a big city any day. Like, the people are nicer. It's quieter. There's a lot less
calmer
crap around you. Like, just like the amount of drama that's not in the country is like awesome. It's like, oh, this is just like the worst thing you got to worry about is some coyote stealing your little dog while you're out taking it for a pee. Like, it's like, you know, it's just so much different. It has its downsides too. You get like mice and you get coyotes.
I mean, there's trade-offs, but why can't we have a big city that's actually like not disgusting, that's not unsafe, filled with fucking gangs, filled with... Yeah. Can we have one big city that's like, I don't know, I feel like I haven't been there yet, but my sister lives in Japan, and it's like everyone just behaves. Like, why can't we have that? Why can't we just have...
In Japan, the penalties for misbehaving is pretty harsh, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's just culturally, like they just like
culturally too. Yeah, I mean,
like they'll just they'll be like, "Hey, you knock it off. You're being an idiot."
Part of it, right? I don't even know if it's that. It's just like
actually, I don't think they'll do that. It's just like quiet shaming almost. Like
it's like the shaming thing. It's like nobody will associate with you all of a sudden. Kind of a thing.
Yeah,
I don't know,
or they all look at you like sideways, like it just gets weird.
It's like when you're a kid and you're like you got in trouble, and it's like, okay, well I got in trouble, but the worst thing is that when my parents find out what I did, like then that's when the punishment really happens, kind of a deal. I think it's similar in Japan. It's like, oh, like if like this gets back to my family, like this is really bad because that's worse than me spending a night in jail or something like that, because
yeah, exactly.
How they'll treat me and how they'll
my family for the entire rest of my life.
It's like, man.
Yeah, you can't really get up and just leave Japan that easy. It's just all, you're 2 hours away,
Whereas the United States, and you cause a ruckus, you just throw it up on TikTok and you see how many likes you get.
That's crazy, the differences. I don't know, man, but I would love it. I mean, I could live in a big city if it was like clean and safe and like, you would think of New York and these places would be because it's like rich people live there, but like it seems like they live in a really small part or something. I don't know how you could live there.
Blocks are probably safe and their buildings are super secured.
Yeah,
that's my understanding. It's kind of cyberpunky.
Gen Z is drowning in debt, and everyone thinks they know why. From viral spending habits to so-called lazy money management, this generation's been branded financially reckless. But what if that reputation isn't fair? Maybe the deck was stacked against them from the very start. Broken systems, bad timing, and economic crashes they played no part in. What chance do they actually have? On today's episode of the Infographic Show, we're revealing the real reason Gen Z is in so much debt. Before you can understand why Gen Z is struggling, you have to understand how they spend. They're often called the first true digital native generation, and it's not hard to see why. Millennials grew up with early home computers, a time when you had to go to one room of your house to get online. But Gen Z, they've had websites, apps, and video in their pocket from day one.
Ours was in the basement.
Everything with a smartphone, including paying. Most don't carry cash, and many don't even use credit cards. Instead, they have their debit cards or bank accounts linked directly to payment apps. Just click a button or scan a QR code and it's done. And if you don't have to think about money, is it even real? Digital purchases make impulse buying effortless. You scroll through a site, you spot something you like, you tap buy now, and it's already on its way to your door. The whole process takes seconds.
So now they're trying to blame the convenience of online shopping as like almost it's too convenient and they can't help themselves and they don't understand money and they don't understand, again, like they haven't been educated on any financial literacy. They steal mom's credit card, just like
magic plastic card equals
yeah, you go to the
stuff.
site, you put it in your cart and you hit, show up at my door and it's there and that's the end of it. There's no other implications of any of this.
No.
Oh my god.
You lose a frustrating level on one of those match 3 games on your phone, and there's a way out. The game offers you a second chance for a $1.99 coin pack.
Which this I get. This
right?
is
Those small microtransactions and digital temptations are everywhere. And for a generation that's used to them, it feels second nature to buy now and worry about the bank account later. So is this
worst
the
thing that
source
ever
of Gen
happened
Z's
to
financial
gaming?
troubles? Not exactly. It's a complex issue that comes down to the geopolitical climate, the state of the job market,
not
the price
that
of,
dumb.
well, everything. And yes, Gen Z's
it's
too. But what is clear is that this generation is having a harder time finding its financial footing than anyone expected. And if you ask them, they have it harder than any generation before them. In fact, many of them feel the situation is...
And then he says exactly, you guys ruined everything. That's his response. Like, this is incoherent. You guys ruined everything for us. Ah! Victim! Ah!
hopeless, and the world is set up for them to fail, and they'd be better off rejecting the system altogether. To older generations, that sounds ridiculous. The greatest generation are heading off into the sunset, the youngest of them approaching 100 years old. But those with sharp memories remember the Great Depression hitting them just as they were hoping to begin their adult lives. It created years of poverty for the whole country, and the way out involved World War II. It wasn't as serious by a long stretch, but the 2000...
I don't know, that just the whole way he just said all of that was just nuts to me. He said more or less that the old people caused all the problems and then decided World War II was the best way to solve them, and now they're going to die soon. That's what I heard him say. I don't know. I don't know what he's trying to tell me right now. But that's not the worst of it, apparently.
2008 market crash devastated the job prospects of millennials, as many of them were exiting high school and college, leaving them behind the 8 ball. Many of them are still struggling to catch up and achieve the classic marks of adulthood, like a car, a house, and a family. So can Gen Z blame it on the world as well? Yes and no. The youngest generation of adults has been living in some pretty unsettled times, with wars raging around the world and politics getting nastier than ever. And that means far less willingness to compromise. And
politics are nastier than ever, but are they? I don't know. It's just, I think they're more visible to more people is the problem. They're the same. Oh, me. Is it? It's left leaning. Yeah, it seems like it.
They are. I used to watch them because I like animation a lot. I'm like drawn to it because I grew up with Saturday cartoons and I just do. But yeah, they're a little biased to the left, just you know.
I need you to see. We watch everything here. We are completely
we do watch everything.
Based
I just wasn't sure if you were aware of it because it took
a
while for me to realize it. To be honest,
news here.
I thought they were more neutral, but they're somewhat neutral, but they're left leaning.
They definitely are left leaning, and
so I won't say left biased, but I did, but I shouldn't have said that. They're just definitely
the economy humming along. But there hasn't been any massive economic collapse like the previous generation's experience.
Right,
many millennials even think Gen Z needs to get it together. But there's been one major X factor that threw the entire generation for a loop. It didn't destroy the economy, but it sure felt like it. The name Gen Z could be subbed out for the COVID generation. While the pandemic affected people of every age,
I know, this is the piece that really pisses me off, like more than anything. Well, probably not more than anything, but it is a top contender. Is how victim-y these kids want to be about COVID. Like literally every single person was impacted. I don't understand why they feel like they were the most impacted or they were the most victim-y or, you know, they lost everything. It's like Greta Thunberg type shit. Like, oh, I didn't get to have prom. Okay, you know how many people didn't have a job and lost like everything or like I got sick. You know how
many people actually died?
Like, you know, like Jesus Christ! You didn't get prom. Ooh, you got to stay home for 2 years.
Lost her husband, and that was way worse than you not getting your prom.
Yeah, like just the level of just self-centered victim mentality is like just embedded in these kids. Like it's unreal.
Everyone remembers the toilet paper wars. It hit Gen Z right at a critical moment in their lives. Younger Gen Z likely lost some key parts of their schooling, being shunted off to remote classes for the best part of a year.
Oh, yeah, the schooling that's complete trash and doesn't teach them anything anyway and hasn't for a long-ass time. Oh, wow, they lost that. Oh, great. Well, they lost what exactly? I don't know, man.
If the timing was unlucky, some older Gen Zs might have missed out on the biggest celebrations of senior year for high school or graduation, and that has left many of them feeling like they are still stuck in limbo. COVID lockdowns are a distant memory now, but a lot of things didn't come back. You still can't find any 24/7 diners, and Walmart closes at 10, and there are fewer jobs than there used to be. Many companies went remote, laid off workers, and later replaced them, either by outsourcing overseas or hiring fewer people to do more for less pay. That's given Gen Z the impression that the market is stacked against them as they attempt to find their footing and to pay off all of their debt. And that debt just keeps on mounting. All kids will hear it at some point. You've got to do well in school so you can get into a good college, get a good job, and make an honest living. Except to Gen Z, that's looking more and more like a losing proposition. It's getting harder and harder to get a scholarship, and the price of college is mounting more than ever thanks to inflation. That puts college out of reach for many working-class families, leaving their kids with only one option: take out student loans to afford even the state schools, let alone elite ones. And that's a choice many wind up paying for long after they graduate. The government handles student loans in cooperation with private equity companies, but that federal connection doesn't make it friendlier to borrowers. In some cases, it's quite the opposite. Student loans aren't cheap. Interest rates are around 6.4% for undergrads and just under 8% for
graduates. You better have my money ready.
Mounts up quickly. Many people who delay paying off their student debt find it has ballooned over time, forcing them to repay the same loan several times over. Even worse,
because even on deferment, it still builds. You just don't have to pay.
Yeah. But again, they're not financially literate.
I can't remember which one was which. One lets you actually halt it and it doesn't accrue interest. That's the one you do want.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's forbearance.
You can get that if you have financial hardships. You just got to call them and say, hey, I can't pay you because I don't have a job. And they'll say, okay, well, we'll do it for 6 months and then call us back or whatever. But then most people just put it on, I think the other one, which I think is deferment, and it still builds interest. So you don't have to pay your monthly payment, but it's like you really should be, because
yeah, you really should. Exactly.
It's not like
it's only getting worse. Yeah.
Right.
But again, it's a lack of financial education. It's a lack of this is like the first thing that you have to deal with, and it's like so massive. And if you haven't even bought your own shit for a while, like, and had to work for anything, you have no idea. You have literally no concept of any of what any of this means. And you're assuming on the other end, you're just going to have a job that pays all this $600,000. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, whoa, this will be easy. Like, no, in fact, you'll never get out of this one, and you're going to just die in debt.
Can't be wiped out through bankruptcy. Millennials hold the largest share of student debt, nearly 40% of all borrowers, while Gen X carries the highest balances. But Gen Z is catching up fast, and that is before most of them have even
Let's see, millennials, 40% of all borrowers. Debt experience, 40% of all borrowers. Maximum debt experience, starting 23K and progressing fast. 23,000 in debt as a 20-year-old. I'm assuming that has to be college. If it's anything else, like, what are you doing? How do you have 23 grand in debt? And my college is way more expensive than that. So what exactly is this?
Finished college. The average Gen Z borrower owes just under $23,000 without the debt having much time to accumulate interest. Already, 43.5% of Gen Zs aged 18 and older are carrying student debt. These numbers are only going to get worse as the generation gets older and has to make decisions about graduate school and relief.
One of the
biggest political issues for Gen Z has been student debt relief, picking up from the millennials.
Yeah, what does this even mean? Cancel student debt? You agreed to pay a loan. Like, you can't just like magically, like, we're not, like, someone gave you money, you spent it. Now what? Like, it just doesn't disappear.
There are debates on just how far this should go. Some want interest canceled and government-owned debt to be forgiven. Meanwhile, others want the government to simply absorb all the existing debt and pay it off. Younger voters have continued to push for real student debt relief. Some federal efforts have been
fine. Pay more taxes. Anyone that wants that, you can pay. You pay it anyway. Like, fuck you.
Made, but shifts between administrations have produced mixed results, leaving many recent graduates unsure about their financial future.
It depends. Do I still owe you money?
There was a time when getting a job meant stability. Someone's uncle knew a friend who ran this paper factory, and a new hire started at the ground floor checking for mistakes. A year later, they were supervising the paper checkers. Fast forward a few decades, and they became the regional manager and retired with a comfortable pension. It was a simpler time. But those days are long gone, and that kind of career path is getting rarer every year. Now many Gen Zers are left wondering how they're supposed to gain experience for a good job when no one is willing to give them an entry level. And sometimes their degree can set them up to fail.
I know, they feel like this is the only person, this is new somehow. Like, you're the only one who's ever had this problem before. Like, are you retarded?
No, that's like this breaking into it is really hard, and it's a lot easier to do it when you're in your 20s and when you're in your 40s.
But I think what people don't understand is you don't need a job to get experience. You can literally do most things. That's true. Like, just do them. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I need a job to get experience. It makes me crazy. Yeah, just like whatever, get whatever thing it is, build something, like learn it.
Jobs are interviewing, they say we need you to have experience. They mean other job experience, not just like
maybe. But like I said, we've had people come in like, oh, I made my boat into like a RC car or something. Like, okay, well, that's more valuable to me than like, okay, you worked at internship and didn't do anything. You know what I mean? Like, more specific. Yeah, but even like art, like, oh, here's a portfolio of things that I did on my own. Like, it doesn't have to be a job. Like, here's things I can do. Look,
I went to college and like didn't really like I got a lot of debt and nothing really panned out from the experience. And then I went to vocational school and I got the skills that I needed. It wasn't about a degree; it was about learning how to do it, and then. because it was creative oriented, it was portfolio driven, and it didn't really matter what my degree was. It mattered that I could do the work and it looked good, and then I could do it again for you. So, yeah. And I'm like, man, I wish I'd figured this out before I went to this freaking debt that I'm still paying off, by the way. But
oh man. Yep, but that's the thing. I think this is something that Gen Z doesn't even like think about. Like you can get experience without it being job experience. Like you can, most things you can just do or gain experience in another way. So I don't know. It's kind of crazy. This guy, it's interesting. Like I see like glimpses into like the narrative changing on these like mainstream media. Like occasionally they won't be like full retard and they'll say something that's like, whoa. Where there's a glimmer of actual sanity somewhere in here.
Yeah, it happens.
It's like, were they told to drop it? Or
there's a lot of people out there that would normally be sane and rational, but they've just like gotten too indoctrinated into the left ideal craziness.
Well, it's the them and us. Like they pick a team, they go like irrationally down the
tribalism of my people are better than your people.
Jake Tapper from CNN realizing that Gen Z is going to be a lot more conservative in the coming future.
I think Gen Z is going to be a lot more conservative. I think that
without the glasses, oh my God, it's the glasses. He's saying this without the glasses.
I don't even know this guy very well enough to know what he looks like with.
This is what he normally looks like.
Oh, this guy? Oh, geez, yeah. Okay, he's completely different looking. That's weird. His hair even looks different, though.
I know. He looks like I'm like, is this even the same person?
Gen Z is going to be a lot more conservative in the coming future.
I think Gen Z is going to be a lot more conservative.
The glasses might be a key component to the libtardness.
My kids and their friends and whatever.
They could be like more skepticism.
Yeah, it's like
Clark Kent glasses.
Exactly. It's a different. Yeah, it's completely different person. Interesting.
And I think it is a reaction to Gen Xers and millennials forcing on them progressive views in school. I also think it is a reaction to the failures of progressive movements to achieve what they wanted to achieve.
What's Jake Tapper from...
All right. Now we get a transitional. This is both Gen Z and trans, but apparently Gen Z is ditching trans ideology. Why is that? Let's find out.
I hate to say I told you so, but I also kind of love it. Hold on. I feel like I'm doing a lot of these videos this year, these just like I told you so videos, and not to come across as arrogant or whatever, I just believe in the truth and I believe the truth matters. And so if you're ever vindicated when you were right, especially when you were fighting against a sea of demons, ogres, and big backs who were threatening your life and hating you for years and saying horrific things about you because you had the audacity to speak the truth, I believe you deserve a quick moment to just be like, told you so. So this is my told you so. Trans has absolutely become a trend. Why are fewer young people identifying as trans? This is, there's a lot of articles coming out this week. You may have seen these sorts of headlines because there's new data. The numbers are in, and it's, you don't need the numbers if you've been subscribed.
It sounds like they're sort of like rejecting the influence that was forced upon them as young children.
Well, I don't know if we can see anything from this graph, but it's dipping. 2019 rolls around. I don't know if we know anything about 2019 here, but then it kind of goes up from 2019 until 23, and then, oh, look at that. Coming down really sharply again. I don't know.
2023.
Seems like maybe something happened in 2019-ish time frame. I don't know if there were any major world events around then, but seems like something maybe happened.
Had something to do with Corona beer, if I remember correctly.
I think they were making a lot of commercials at that point.
Boycotted it or something. No, maybe.
Sounds about
and there was
right to me.
And there was the great toilet paper crisis.
Toilet paper. Oh my God. They couldn't use it. They stopped. Wait, but men and women both use toilet paper, so that's weird.
That's true. We both have to wipe.
Subscribe to Blair White for the past decade. You don't need the numbers if you're part of the Blair White Army because you just saw it coming because we saw it coming. But a surprising shift is taking place in the gender and sexual identities of young Americans. The Center for Heterodox Social Science says that since 2023, both trans and queer identification have dropped sharply within Gen Z. So here's the graph, as you can see. So we're looking at between the end of 2019 and 2020. I wonder what happened then. Nothing much, right?
I guess
there is this huge spike.
You guess what?
I was gonna. Actually, I'm not really sure where I was going with that. Never mind. I lost my thought. Keep going.
And it starts going up, 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 all the way until you get to 2023, which definitely, according to my own just like recollection, did feel like it peaked in 2023. Like this graph feels right because it just matches my experience and what I've seen as someone who covers this obviously a lot. So in 23, almost 10% of young people in schools were identifying as trans or non-binary. Now,
10%? That's
I have a lot of empathy for Gen Z. Well, first of all, let's get to the positive. It is now dipping all the way down in 2025.
I know they want to talk about, oh, it's such a small percentage. Yeah, it should be, and it normally should be
I thought
really
it was
zero,
like
but
point something percent.
Yeah, we're all the way up here. Let's just get it way down here.
10% is a lot. That's like half of the percentage of young women who are on OnlyFans. That's a lot. Which is also a lot, by the way. Aged like, I think it's like 18 to 24.
What? You're saying 20% of young women
20%.
are on? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
That's what I've heard on the internets. Again, I don't get out much, but I watch a lot of internets.
Holy crap. I hope that's not true.
It's a small, like a small grouping in a sense, but it's still like.
That's a lot.
It's like, it represents, in America, it's America. Just America. And I think it represents roughly 200,000.
So
people?
if you're in a room with 5 women, one of them is showing off their goods all day long on the internet.
20. I'm sorry, that's 10%. So maybe it's. I think it is 20%. I think that's what they said. And I saw it on 2 different videos, which is why I'm parroting it. I didn't just see it once; I saw it twice, which means it could be true.
Which means it has a chance of being. And now this is 3 times. That's like it's like when you get your star. And
I was talking about young women on OnlyFans. This is about Gen Z and not identifying as LGBT.
Well, no, you just repeated it. That's the 3rd time, and it's on an official news station. Like you just said it.
Oh,
which makes it.
Right. We are official news. We're
See, you forgot.
Oh my gosh! I thought we were just 2 dudes hanging out talking about crazy things.
This is official, important business. You thought this was just for fun, huh?
For education and interaction. Oh, okay.
For entertainment and education only, actually.
All right. Special report. All right.
It's only to about what it was in 2021. So still some work to do. However.
Oh, and this isn't even all trans. This is students not identifying as male or female. So this is non-binary.
Oh, so this is everything that's non-binary. Okay.
So this isn't. So this is not even trans. Those would be way higher.
I remember my thought. My thought was I can understand why people wouldn't want to identify as queer because I don't think anyone really knows what that means.
Well, I think that's why they want to, so they can just say it whatever they want. You know?
Okay, like queer's like anything that's not the other things.
It's anything you want that's not normal.
And just like a whatever. Like I like cars a lot. Okay.
Yeah, you're like car queer.
Right. Okay. All right. So
I have a lot of
empathy. It's sort of. I guess I get it, but it's still like it still doesn't really like. It's still not a identifier exactly. It's just like I'm in the last bucket that I don't fit into the other buckets.
Oh, interesting.
So I just made a bucket for all us leftovers that don't fit in the other buckets. It's just sort of weird. I don't know.
We might have to throw this one into
trans that gives me some hope.
The teeny weeny mushroom
humanity. But 10% is an awful lot.
Yeah, it's too much
of
if
young
you ask
people
me.
identifying as not being male,
And
or
it doesn't
female.
make any sense why this would like increase so drastically unless like something
All you have to
happened.
do is look at your pants and see what there is, and that's what you are. Pretty easy.
Like I was about to say.
Usually you don't even have to do that.
Things like proms, night graduations, really important milestones in becoming a young adult. And so I always knew like it would have to be turned around, this and many other things that were afflicting Gen Z.
How come this hand looks, or when this person's hands are in a certain way, they look feminine, but most of the time they look like not feminine hands?
The way that a pandemic
I'm sure there's some women with man
turns
hands.
people trans needs to be studied.
You think that's a woman?
No, I don't think those are real. I don't know. I'll be honest.
You guys already know how broken the media landscape is right now.
Sometimes I can tell, and
Misinformation,
sometimes I'm
censorship.
like,
This one is pretty good.
I won't judge.
It is borderline
I'm
impossible.
pretty sure it is a man, but
that is exactly why I use
it's
the amazing
very
Ground
good.
News. Ground News polls from every major news in America, human rights on the implementation, like covered by make sure that you use or national policy that I make every good screen to get Ground News from
Understood. Her mannerisms are very female.
I always kind of felt you understood the way I think.
Body language.
Like, I know nothing in the history books is going to be true or valid about the COVID years and what happened. It's all going to be fabrications, lies, fairy tales, and fantasies. However, like, this needs to be part of the conversation amongst the people. Like, how did a pandemic turn people trans? Like, how does that happen?
I know that's the thing. I'm like, how?
I'm like all the indicators suggest to me she's actually.
It's what happened. Crazy doesn't mean.
I know that's the problem.
Some work done.
Now
which
I
makes
need
it
to know.
Sort of weird.
I can't
because when you have a lot of plastic surgery and stuff, it makes things look a little off. It could just be Botox and lip filler. I think she has lip filler done now. Her lips are awful plump. I could just be being judgmental too, because we gotta.
She has been open about her transitions since 2015, and she lives her life as a woman. So I would imagine that means it's actually a man, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I didn't think you could get rid of an Adam's apple, though.
I know. Like, how does that work?
That's no longer an indicator. Then I guess I'm just staying inside. I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Oh my Jesus. We're gonna have to look at that in a second. Yep. Oh God, I thought that might be it. Oh jeez. They actually got it shaved down or something.
Oh my goodness.
I know. Oh my God. Adam's apple reduction.
So today we're going to be talking about Blair White, a popular transgender YouTuber. I learned a lot about her from making this video, and I think she's really interesting. Blair is 25, soon turning 26 years old at the time of this recording, and has 228,000 followers on Instagram and 631,000 on YouTube. She's all-American, born in Chico, California, and now living in LA like the rest of the world. Blair has been making headlines lately for her drama with Jessica Yaniv, a trans activist from BC, because Blair exposed Jessica for being a trans predator. Apparently, Blair's private information like address and phone number was released to the public after that from Jessica, and things got even uglier. But that's
oh my God.
One thing that makes
I want to see the before.
Political views. Let's be
You
honest.
just literally showed a before and after.
Transgender would be conservative or a Trump
On your
supporter,
thumbnail.
but Blair is exactly that. She's totally controversial but stands on her beliefs strongly and makes them work for her. These kinds of people are my fave.
Interesting. I don't know why this is so important to me, but well, I know why, because that one was like so good at, like you said, every single indicator, but I was like, no, they have to be because of just the channel and the topic, and like there's no way they're not. And it's like, if I didn't have that context, and honestly the way that this person talks is like, okay, but it wouldn't have, but all the other things I'd been like, okay, I don't know, just talks weird, I guess. But without this context, I would have probably not been able to tell. And the hands, like a little bit, like occasionally.
I will give this person props for definitely being committed.
This is commitment.
I mean, that
Shit.
is true commitment. I mean,
there's
she
now this
looks
discourse.
like a woman.
on TikTok for people talking about what actually happened in 2020, what happened during the pandemic when everyone thought they were trans and non-binary and shit. And the videos are just very airheaded, like everybody's still clearly asleep, so we'll have to correct them, but here's one.
What happened in 2020? More specifically, why was everyone becoming queer? And I think I have the answer to that. First of all, you weren't becoming queer, you were coming to know what it meant to be queer, and coming to realize that that might have been you. But to grasp this phenomenon, I feel like it'll be easier to define what being queer actually is.
And what's crazy is, like, you realize, like, there's like a whole like history of humanity. Like, we've been around for a while, and like you think just like this is just like, how did we survive if everyone, like, I don't know. It just seems weird to me if nobody is actually like heterosexual.
Human population were actually didn't consider themselves to be either a man or a woman throughout history. Like, that would be like would have changed us completely, like, as a culture, like, as people, as human beings. Like, it would be something else that we would definitely have known about. There would be words for it that weren't just modern words.
And where would that have fit in anywhere? Where does this fit in anywhere in any sort of evolutionary anything? Like, this is just the point of, like, this is an illness. Like, if you look at this, like, as an observer, and you're like, oh, look at this species, you'd be like, oh, wow, what's happening? Like, they're no longer like
percent is an illness. Like, the point some percent, I mean, could just be, you know, that's just part of, you know, humans, because I mean, humans can get weird in certain ways. I mean, it's not, and I mean weird as mean against the vast majority of what we would consider then normal, because it's the vast majority, you know, not that it's, you know, wrong or anything like that. That's just, but that point some percent that I believe may actually be this way is being very wrongly misrepresented by this 9 point some percent who identify because it's culturally cool, or it's acceptable, or it makes me have better friend relationships or something, or at least it keeps me from being ostracized, or, you know, whatever. So it's more like that. It's, to me, it's like a cultural sickness.
It is 100%.
And it's really bad for those few people who actually, like, are this way and deserve to be treated humanely, because it's also causing other people who otherwise wouldn't care to suddenly care and have negative feelings about it. So, you know, I'm just saying.
It's so crazy. Why was everyone
problem,
queer?
It's not necessarily the problem that some people believe it to be. Yeah. It's a different kind of problem.
And you ever have I don't know. Have you ever had any thought in your head before that was like, okay, you know what? That's not a, you know, like, at some point you have thoughts that aren't good thoughts, and you're like, oh, you know what? My critical thinking steps in and says, you know what? This is actually a bad idea. And in fact, I'm just going to reject that. At what point do you realize that thing's there for a reason? Like, your brain has thoughts, and then you look at them, and you're like, you know what? After more careful consideration, I reject this. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's normal. That's how you, like, progress and learn things. You think about it, and you're like, oh, actually, that's a bad idea. But here they're like, oh, I had this idea. I have to therefore embrace it, because clearly, because I had this idea, it must be validated and brought to reality. You know, I'm like, okay. I don't know.
Or projecting. If I feel this way, everyone should feel this way.
Yeah, and then making everyone, like, behave to how you think they should and all this stuff. Like, the implications just keep reaching out further and further and further, and now everybody's got to, like, live in fantasy land.
I don't really care. To say you're missing the point would be an understatement, because if people were just discovering that they were, in fact, these things, you wouldn't see the drop-off rate that we're seeing now with this new data. So obviously, this is just incorrect. The truth is, the reason why people became trans during the pandemic, non-binary, they, thems, whatever, is the same reason why a lot of weird stuff went on during the pandemic. It's the same reason why people were following nonsensical rules that they knew somewhere deep down in their, like, subconscious didn't make any sense, but were so scared and just did it anyways. It was that hypnosis, right? It was that mass formation psychosis. It was the fact that, according to neuroscience, this is science, when a trauma occurs in someone's life, their suggestibility skyrockets. So when something terrible happens, which is this pandemic, and this, you know, for me, it was less about the pandemic being scary and more about that mass formation psychosis. Like I said, people's behavior, the way people were becoming insane. That was after I had a few breakdowns about it. during it. I remember going one time to the Grove in LA and seeing like a baby in a stroller with a mask on, and I just lost it. I like started crying in public. I went home. I was like, I don't know what's going on right now. But anyways, the reason people in that suggestibility state of the post-trauma, people are then on their phones or trapped.
I would think it was
There's
cute.
a lot of people who never questioned who they were in their life. A lot of y'all are walking around, no idea who you are. A lot of y'all are walking around, never questioned why you do the certain things that you do. And for the first time, people have that space and that like time to do that. And they're getting fed with, trans content on TikTok. Social contagion. 1 + 1 = 2. So you have this gap in people where they're just looking for answers because the world.
Don't let Trump hear this. TikTok apparently implanted the trans virus because it became the cool thing and everyone wanted to be more trans so they could show off on their TikTok how trans they are. It's so nutty. It's like you just reject everything and you want everything and you can't provide any value and you only think about yourself and how everyone else needs to cater to you. And the problem is that's what you were taught in school. And now you think it still works. And I saw an interview with some young people and they're like, oh yeah, the old people need to get out of office and let us take over. And it was like, are you voting for Mamdani in New York or whatever? And I was like, holy crap. Like, okay, great. You guys get in charge. And then what, you're going to just like you're going to be tyrannical towards everyone that has money or something and just be like, oh, you need to give us all your money because we can't figure out anything else but how to take and leech. I don't know. How do you think that's going to go over? Like, yeah. At what point do the people with money just reject you? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, that's, what do you have to even to push back with?
Of their four walls of their home is no longer making sense. They take that data in and on that kind of a level, it could have been anything. It could have been any trend, but it just so happens it was this really destructive one. And it's so crazy how I don't know how many red flags we even needed for people to see that it was a trend. As soon as you saw celebrities jumping on the bandwagon, how could it be anything but a trend? As soon as you got someone like Trisha Paytas.
I consider myself a transgender male, and I don't have all the answers. I don't have all the correct terminology for people. I'm not a spokesperson for the community. It's just who I am.
Maybe
I know this, and this is what drives me crazy too. Oh yeah, you consider yourself a trans man, but you look fully 100% feminine. You behave 100% feminine. You probably have a heterosexual relationship, or it's like what, you're a trans gay man who's like it's just all the gymnastics and all the I just need to be the next level of special and be part of the like epic retardation. It's unbelievable.
Well, it gives them attention.
It's attention, 100%. That's what they need. It's like, oh, everyone's looking at me. I'm super trans.
On Instagram and stuff.
Unbelievable. The things that don't even matter.
We like likes too, so please hit that like button.
Hit the like button. All right. Let's see. What do we got here now?
You're great. We love you. And listen to Kitty. Hi, Kitty.
Walking down the street. Rich folks say they're indiscreet. Blame it all on rainbow hair, while they hoard their millionaire lair. Oh, those pesky trans, they're everywhere, stealing rights that weren't even there. Rich folks point and cry in fear. Look at them, not our offshore shares.
All right. Well, that was a transition from Gen Z into trans news. Unfortunately, there's still some trans news lingering that we need to cover. So let's jump into that. Trump pushes to end medical care for trans youth. Now, what do you think medical care in this circumstance refers to?
Like he's probably referring to transitioning stuff. And like
Yeah.
the hormone therapy and stuff that comes
hormone therapy and the puberty blockers and the surgery
Yeah,
of
all that
chopping
stuff.
your balls off or boobs off and like all this stuff. I don't know. You realize they don't grow back. So anyway, let's see what exactly they are.
And
going to be
artificial
canceling.
replacements are never as good as the originals.
Never as good. And then you got scars. Come on.
Proposals by the Department of Health and Human Services will dramatically restrict gender-affirming care for transgender youth. As NPR's Selena Simmons-Duffin exclusively reports, these rules are being prepared for release in early November.
The two proposed rules use Medicaid to try to force hospitals and doctors not to provide gender-affirming care for young people. One of the rules prohibits them from getting reimbursed for patients receiving this care who are covered by Medicaid. NPR obtained the draft text of this rule. The other rule is even more sweeping. It would make not providing gender-affirming care for youth a condition for a hospital to get Medicare and Medicaid payments at all. The new rules would not go into effect immediately, but there has already been a chilling effect on access to the care. Gender-affirming care, including puberty blockers, hormones, and rarely surgery, is not against any federal law, but it has been banned in 27 states in recent years.
It's not against any federal law yet. It's so nutty. It's like that's the reason. Like, oh, it's not illegal. So why can't we do? And like, oh, they're using Medicaid as like a leverage. It's like, yeah, they should. And frankly, we shouldn't be paying for that. Number one. Number two, how is that beneficial? Like, in fact, not only should we not be paying for it, it shouldn't be even done in the first place, especially at the extent that it's being done. Like, there's no way. There's no way.
No right to tell me what my gender is. Where's that gal for my return?
Oh, whoops. All right, this is that show, What Would You Do? I'm kind of pissed a little bit that they did one on this because this is kind of bullshit. And frankly, I don't know. Well, I guess form your own opinion from what we see here today.
There are approximately 1.4 million transgender adults in the United States. Sadly, many face bias, unfair treatment, and even violence simply for living their truth.
Human Rights
Oh yeah, all the violence, I'm
released a
sure.
fatal violence report, which recorded the deaths of 33 transgender and gender nonconforming people in the U.S. since this day last year.
My partner Sarah Haynes and our crew are in Boulder, Colorado.
And frankly, everyone in school gets bullied. Pretty much, it doesn't matter. Like, and if you want to be especially idiotic, and frankly, now being trans apparently is the cool thing. So I don't know how much bullying is really happening there. It's like you probably are more likely to bully the non-trans people.
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
It's so crazy. They want to be
totally
both
down,
the
though.
victim and the fucking aggressor. It's the craziest thing. Like, and this is what they're being taught.
Clothing store to see how people react when they witness our actress, two-time Miss Trans Colorado winner Ella Johnson.
Miss Trans Colorado winner. Oh my God.
Update for my Trans USA pageant.
Just for trying to buy a dress.
Excuse me.
Hey, let me call you right back.
Is there something I can help you find today?
Do you have this in my size?
Well, I don't think that we have dresses for your kind of people.
Oh, this is hard to even hear, and I know it's actors.
In real life, this store would never condone such bigoted behavior, but elsewhere, it happens all too often.
Are you trans?
Yeah, I mean,
does
I'm a
it
trans
though?
woman.
I know. Does it though? I feel like no. Because if you treat this person any sort of way, they have an 87% chance of snapping and freaking the fuck out and doing something even crazier.
I think if anything, like what the person who would be uncomfortable about would be just interacting with them and they'd just be ignored. Like it'd be hard for them to get help because nobody really wants to help them because they're strange and it disturbs them or something.
But yes, I agree. You're more likely to be ignored than like someone being like this.
This is like blatant like racism type acting, like the stuff that you see from the older shows when the black kid on
the dark-skinned
TV
white boy would walk in,
goes into the white man's store, and the clerk discriminates against him blatantly because they feel like they can get away with it or whatever. I don't know. It's like that kind of scenario, not you're a man in a woman's clothing and I'm going to interact with you on a level that makes me discriminate against you and make you feel bad and you'll leave. Like, I don't think so.
Yeah,
like,
there's no way.
Maybe somewhere, someone.
Probably somewhere. Yeah, I don't know, but
I'm sure it's happened at least once. But like this guy's saying this happens to trans people like all across the country all the time.
Well,
like,
and they're trying to claim it's pretty much daily. They're saying this happens to them every day. Are you kidding me?
I'm honestly like clerks in a retail store are either really bored, or they have so much to do that they probably either won't care or won't notice, and they're just going to get you in and out, which means getting their sale and getting you to pay and then having you leave. Like it's
the fastest way to get you out of here is to just get you what you need really and you pay for it and you leave.
Scenarios, and neither of them are actively discriminating against you in front of other customers just to be a jerk. Like I just personally don't see it.
I don't know. It's
at least not to the level that they're claiming it happens. That's all.
Has anyone ever seen this kind of discrimination? I'd love to hear about it.
I don't get out that much.
Has anyone ever seen this type of discrimination?
Space.
If you saw someone being discriminated against simply because they're trans,
not once. That's what I'm saying.
We don't sell dresses to men.
What would you do?
What would you do?
Are you confused?
Are you confused?
No, why would I be confused?
Well, I can take you back to the men's section.
I'm sorry. Stop. Yeah.
Oh, and we're going to notice a theme here. Although, I mean, I guess you're in a woman's clothing store, so of course, who is going to be the people stepping in? But it's, I don't know. What, like, frankly, the whole scenario, everything about it, this is bullshit.
Just stop. Leave her alone. Why are you being so rude to her?
Are you uncomfortable?
I am.
Well,
absolutely.
She's making me uncomfortable.
Well, then that seems to be a you problem and not a her problem. I can help you find it.
And that's weird too, like the one directional uncomfortness. Like, I make you uncomfortable, you make me uncomfortable. What the fuck?
Weird, interaction is also making the other customers uncomfortable. Like, why would you not know this? Like, that's pretty standard procedure in retail. Is like you don't cause a ruckus. Like, that's why I find this to be somewhat unbelievable of a scenario, but
TikTok waiting for you, Bobby. Yeah, this whole thing is just nutty. And like,
and men not buying women's clothing, that's BS. Like, husbands and boyfriends buy things for their girlfriends all the time as presents that they don't want them to know about. And I believe that the average customer at a Victoria's Secret is a man buying something for his woman.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's like, I mean, not selling women's clothing to men, that's not true. You just don't want to sell a man dressed as a woman who's buying clothes probably for himself to wear.
Yeah, there's like zero chance.
And again,
I feel like there's like
previous situation where I just don't think that she'd be interacting him like this. She'd either be helping him to get him out, or she'd just be completely ignoring him and getting someone else to do it.
Yeah,
she'd be like, "I'm not going to help that weirdo. You help him."
Yeah, exactly.
Or call security.
There's no way.
Whatever, because it's Karen moment. I don't know, but
call security.
That's what they do in the shows. I call security. You don't get out. And they're allowed to refuse your service for whatever reason.
You're literally helping her pick out a dress.
It's legal to be blatantly prejudiced against someone, but it's not illegal to refuse service to someone.
No, I'm not the owner.
You work here?
Yes.
I would be happy to like take you somewhere else to shop. I wouldn't spend any of your money here.
That's really shocking.
We stand with everyone.
Regardless, no labels. This is a human being.
Well, she's clearly confused. I just think
at least you got her pronouns correctly. At least you got her pronouns. Okay, let's break this.
I know the thing. They're like, oh, victory of pronouns. Like, oh my god. It's just,
yeah, and I
really?
think like yeah. This is a weird
I don't
scenario.
feel comfortable leaving you here. Are you okay?
It's very.
I'm okay. I'll be fine.
Excuse me. Hi, my name is Sarah Haynes. We're creating scenarios that people deal with every day, all day long, everywhere.
Deal with every day, all day long.
Looking for people that will not let those people handle.
I don't know. I've seen some of these that are good. Like you got like the old man who can't pay his bill at the register, or like the guy who like, you know, can't afford something for his kid or randomly or whatever. Like,
right.
These are
Or
more
the
reasonable.
Scenario of the rich guy who's basically beating his girlfriend or about to beat his girlfriend, or treating real bad or whatever it is. Like, what do you do?
Even that's like way more like reasonable. Like that shit definitely happens. This
that
no,
does happen,
this
yeah,
doesn't.
every
And
day,
now
for
you're
sure.
like minimizing actual like terrible things that happen for real with this bullshit. And like the pearl clutching right here is just like crazy.
Like I'm not saying it's never happened, but again, I don't think this is something that's happening every day, everywhere in the United States.
I know they're like,
the whole
this is
Western
just
society.
all over the place, and this person's trying to say, yeah, this happens to them every day, everywhere they go. This is how they're treated. Like, really? I find that very difficult to believe.
Just gross.
Because also, I don't know people that would just do like be so blatantly just like, even if that's what they thought, like, oh wow, that complete weirdo, whatever, blah blah blah.
The only times of like blatant prejudice I've ever encountered and witnessed in other people was always racial. It was always racial.
Yeah,
I live in an area where there's a lot of heavy racial interactions. I would say, or the potential for, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, that could be part of it. This is like the where I live part.
Hi,
that's what happens.
Welcome back to hell. And if you're watching this on Friday, happy Halloween, or for those of you in the entire
Come to think of it, a couple of those did happen when I lived out
let's
east.
be the internet after only a few months ago, making a big song
So
and dance
apparently,
let's be real here.
Lily Tino's back.
Personality says that they're taking a break. You know that they're going to be back in about a month. The addiction to all of that attention is just too tasty. Sorry. That was gross. Now, one would think during this time away, during this period of not posting, Tino would have actually reflected and decided to make some change. But no! This weirdo has instead come back with a vengeance, and the content that is being churned out here is the same level of creepiness that we have come to know and expect. Ah! I'm sorry. I did it again. The only difference now is this person has seemingly escaped over to Twitch, where apparently creepy behavior is extra tolerated. So good for you, Tino, buddy old pal. Of course, there are a couple reasons why this
So they were in a coffee shop with a baby stroller that had a cat inside, dressed like a complete weirdo, drinking an oversized tea, and filming about their transness. This is a very normal behavior, and definitely I would encourage people to look up to this person as a role model for sure.
Matters and some additional information here, but before we get into that, let me just give you a little bit of the backstory if you're new here or you need a refresher. I am deeply sorry to have to remind you all of
Have you ever pushed your kitty in a baby stroller into the store before?
No, but I have considered putting her in a stroller to take her outside. I just never actually did it. Because it requires buying a cat stroller, and I'm not going to throw a bunch of money down on a cat stroller that she might actually like never want to go into. So I'm pretty sure she would object. I think she would object.
Nope, I'm staying inside.
Yeah, she's an indoor kitty. She doesn't like going around in strollers.
So if you're new to Lily the Freak Tino, this is an internet personality, a TikToker, who had everyone in a bit of a tizzy a few months ago. In a tizzy, Sydney? Who am I right now? My mum? Sorry, mum. I do love you and your weird language. Not your terrible Midwestern accent, though. That is awful. I go and wash the car? There's no R in the word what.
That is not Midwestern. That's like Northeastern, you psycho.
No is a trans-identified male, a former man, if you will, who has become very infamous online for a host of things, including but not limited to posting not safe for work content alongside content for kids. This one still really gets me. It's mamming people out in public when they use the wrong pronouns, particularly waitstaff at restaurants to whom Lily is incredibly rude.
I'm sorry, like this person with the cookies on their head, like they're blatantly calling attention to themselves. So if you're like in their, recording themselves being blatantly obvious about themselves. So yeah, being obnoxious. So it's like if your interactions after that is negative, it's probably not because you identify as something other than a man or a woman. It's because you're being obnoxious. And
I know they can't separate it
simply to do that and to get like views on your whatever that you're recording for.
You instigate to get a reaction, and then when you get it, it's
like,
phobia,
so if you're
or
lumping
it's
that together with prejudice interactions with people who identify as not man or woman. I'm like, that's like completely skewed. I'm sorry. If this is your source information, like.
Well, they have to do something to get people to reject them and then blame it on the fact that it's because they're trans.
It's like the same thing where we're all, talking about Charlie Kirk being so bad, and they only show the clips of like the two things he said that were like taken out of context, sound horrible. But when you like actually get his full sentence, much less the full conversation, you realize that's not what he was saying. He was just using this as an example, or maybe he did say that, but the reasons for him to say that made a lot of sense. And there was reasons. It wasn't just hate. In fact, there was no hate. It was the opposite of hate.
It's the opposite. Exactly. That's the dumbest thing. People are so dumb. Drives me crazy.
So
but anyway,
it's that kind of behavior. That's
this person is back, so we might have more trans news as they decide to be more and more obnoxious about things. But
okay,
apparently,
it is their First Amendment right to be obnoxious on the internet at the moment.
Yeah, but I was hoping
ours, and we take full advantage of that
because this person was breaking the law and like videotaping in the girls' bathroom that they would go to jail. But apparently, that didn't happen.
Oh, well, that's not cool. I think you should go to jail if you're a dude and you go into the dude's bathroom and record people. That's fucked up.
It's all fucked up. What are you doing?
I don't care what gender you are. Recording other people in the bathroom is a no-no.
Is a weird thing to do, for sure.
I don't care what gender you are or how you identify. That should not be allowed.
So, Nick Fuentes
is a private area.
Very interesting, like, facial features to me. Like I've never seen anyone that has this kind of like facial structure before. Like, so I'm kind of wondering where he's from, but he was on the Tucker Carlson show recently, and which surprised me because I thought they had some serious beef, and all of a sudden here they are having a chat. So
I'm surprised he made that comment about his face when his hair looks that way.
And well, his hair too, but his facial structure and the way his mouth moves.
Or is that just like
it's not a comb over.
Like he purposely chose for it to be really poofy and heavy on top, but kind of like
I think that's just how he chose to have it.
Yeah.
It could be a little tighter for sure. It might just be overgrown, but that is how he normally wears it.
Okay.
So anyway, he is pretty controversial in general,
Not
and then
judgmental or anything.
I thought this was an interesting clip of the conversation. It was like a 2-hour interview, but this is one of the things they talked about.
Personally, I find women very frustrating. Ayn Rand, I agree with her about this. She said that the wife's role is like hero worship. The guy is the hero. The guy is supposed to be the entrepreneur, the conqueror, whatever. And the woman is really supposed to support the man's goals and be in his world. And
that's the last thing successful men need is more power worship. You get that at work. You don't want that at home. You become an unbearable asshole. And then you fall prey to what destroys every successful man, which is hubris. Like you mistake yourself for God. You need someone who's not interested in what you do at all, only interested in you. And that's how you become balanced and wise.
So 2 different perspectives. You have any thoughts on that?
I would more agree with what Tucker Carlson said. It's more about mutual support, but a man and the woman are different, so they have different strengths and different weaknesses. So they're supposed to kind of complement each other, which is why we're different.
I don't like how he said they shouldn't like care anything about what you're doing. I feel like I don't know why is there no blend? I feel like it should be a blend of this.
It's kind of both to a degree, to my understanding. I mean, I've never been married, and I only recently became a Christian. So, but I think the idea for a successful marriage is that you both support each other in the ways that are best for your role to support each other. So the man generally is the provider and protector, and the woman is the nurturer and the caregiver. It's just kind of how it is. We all have strengths and weaknesses. But you should also accept your role. And a wife should be subservient to her husband, but her husband also needs to lead and be a good leader. And they're both not easy to do, but they're both important. And together as one, you will accomplish much more if you're successful. And you both do the thing you're supposed to do the way you're supposed to do it because of your lot in life. I mean, if you're born a woman, the good news is you get someone to take care of you and protect you and provide for you and take all the worries on himself, and all the stress about how we're going to eat tomorrow is his problem. And men, you get to come home after a real long day of going out there and figuring out how to make food and money and earning what you need to earn to provide for your family, and your wife will be there to take care of you and comfort you and support you with her kindness and her gentleness.
Yeah, where's all this at?
Right? But that's getting kind of lost. I don't know.
That's
not
lost
how it goes these days too much.
They want both.
Sure
They want both ends of it. They want you to take care of everything.
Successfully.
Yeah, well,
In fact,
I
know
think
for sure there are some out there
like
that do it quite
younger
successfully,
couples
and they probably do it the way I described. Some probably. Again, there are a lot of people in this country. I'm sure some of them figured it out. Some Amish couples, maybe.
I just thought that was an interesting part of what they were talking. They talk about a lot of stuff, and I couldn't find enough clips, but I thought that was one. So this one, I don't know how anyone's not talking about this. So now we're transitioning into real news. Thank you, anyone just joining us or anyone that's been sticking around. We are now transitioning out of Gen Z and trans news into real world news. Thank you for sticking around. 36% of counties vote to secede from Oregon and join the greater Idaho. How have I never heard of this? And how is it so genius that this is just now happening? And how is this coming from Roman Balmakov over in who the hell knows where? But how come no one American's talking about this?
The guy, I think he's from the Epoch News. I think I don't even know where they're out of.
So I don't know. It's just crazy to me that this is where we're getting.
Unbeknownst to most people, the eastern part of Oregon is in the process of slowly breaking away from the rest of the state. Now, we first covered this movement about a year ago in our program, but since then, there's actually been a lot of development, and so let's go through it together. To start with, let me set up the background for you. You see, after many years of being essentially fed up with the policies that are coming out of Portland, over a third of the counties of Oregon have just voted to secede. Specifically, they voted to leave Oregon and instead to join the growing state of Idaho. This is called the Greater Idaho Movement. Out of the 36 total counties in Oregon, 13 of them have already voted in favor of secession, because by and large, the people living in those counties believe that their own values are no longer being represented by their state legislature, which, as you would imagine, is dominated by the extremely liberal politicians coming out of Portland. And what's truly interesting about this particular movement is that it might actually succeed. Just like you will succeed in life if you smash that subscribe button right below this video, and that way you'll get notified of any new videos as soon as we publish them, and that way you'll stay informed about what's truly happening in this country. Also, please smash that like button as well. Thank you. Now, getting back to it, just like most liberal blue states, the majority of the counties in Oregon are actually conservative leaning, similar to states like New York, California, and Illinois. And so, for instance, if we look at a county-by-county results map of the 2024 election...
Yeah, what the fuck is this?
It's kind of crazy. This like gosh.
Yep. So I say they can lose all of this and all of this. They can have the bottom part too. We don't need to make it a up and down only. It
Isn't
can go a little bit
Portland in
this
the
way.
upper left corner? The northwest corner?
I mean, it got to be over here somewhere. Yeah.
I figured I think it's that's because of the inlet. That's where the port would be. And it's a port city. That's where most of the cities started. The real big ones are all port cities.
It's like right here, kind of in the middle-ish, because we got this like.
Oh, it is.
Not middle, but like middle left of where.
I was wrong. Oh, okay. It is a port city, but it's on a river. I didn't know that. I've never been to Oregon. It's one of the few states I've never been to.
Probably.
Even drove through. I've never even driven through it.
I've been here. I've visited some customers out here. The state itself, not bad, I guess. It's like just a lot of like nothing really. It's just a lot of
played
farmland.
the Oregon Trail when I was in middle school.
I never really played that when I was younger.
We'll see that the majority of the counties in the state of Oregon voted for Trump, whereas a minority of heavily populated counties voted for Harris. This same disparity also translates to the state legislature, because again, despite the vast geographic swath of the country voting red, you have both the state Senate as well as the state assembly being heavily controlled by Democrats. And so in order to understand the desire to secede, just put yourself in the shoes of a farmer or a rancher living somewhere over in rural Oregon, a 5-hour drive from Portland. Realistically, you have almost nothing in common, politically speaking, with the people of Portland, even though the politicians from Portland are the ones who are making the actual decisions that impact your life. You might not support their policies, you might not support their positions, you don't support what they're doing with your tax dollars, but basically, no matter what you do, the geography and the demographics of the state make it such that your voice over in the eastern part of the state will just never be heard, at least electorally. And that's really true. Both the Oregon State Senate as well as the Oregon State Assembly, they're both currently held with a supermajority by the Democrats, meaning that the Democrats can pass any piece of legislation without needing bipartisan support or needing to compromise on anything. They can railroad it through. And so this is where the greater Idaho movement comes in, with its plan to take the eastern counties of Oregon and have them join the very conservative state of Idaho. As you can see by the map on your screen, this would effectively move the state line of Idaho several hundred miles west. And as I mentioned at the top of the episode, this movement is really picking up steam, with more and more counties in the eastern part of Oregon getting on board. As of today,
has this ever happened before? Like obviously the state lines have changed, but like,
don't know. I know Texas is the only state that's allowed to leave the union.
Allowed?
Yeah, it's in their constitution that they are allowed to become their own country and leave the United States. They're the only state that's allowed to do it. The rest of us have to have it ratified. They don't. They just have to vote for it.
Well, that would be a retarded thing for them to do.
Because all of our roads are connected and our trucks keep going in and out of there and all that kind of stuff. And they're part of the United States.
It
but
wouldn't work
they technically have the right. The rest of us would have to, like, there's apparently as I watched this earlier, there was you have to have each state vote. So the state that's letting the land leave and the state that's letting the land be attached has to. So if their borders are being changed, they both have to agree to it. And then it gets ratified by the U.S. Congress. They decide if they'll allow it or not. Texas
it
just
doesn't
has to vote.
seem
Really
too unprecedented, actually. There's like, it doesn't seem like it'd be that
in the Constitution
crazy.
That it's allowed. It's a thing that can happen. It's allowed. It's not like if you do this, we're gonna send in the National Guard and stop you. It's like, okay, we got to vote.
Well, I mean, even if legally it's allowed, there's a difference between it happening and all this. Like this seems like reasonable, actually.
I think maybe minor changes have probably occurred, like this island that's in between us really identifies more with us than you, but it's just this little island that's like got like 20 people on it. Like that kind of stuff probably happened before, but I don't think major border shifts have ever occurred in the past
not like
that I can think of. Not since the current borders have been established. Which
I mean, I'm down all day. Let's redraw the whole map.
1800s-ish. Oh, wait, no, not even then.
I say we look at all the counties and we redo the maps, and then the Democrats can have like this part of Oregon, like, see, before I was willing to give them the whole thing, but now that I know we can chop it in half, fuck that. They can have this half. I like that better. And then this half can go over here.
I'm guessing they can't like split counties up. Like you can't have a county that disagrees in involved if they have to all
if it was
agree.
like contiguous or something,
Like,
because it
yeah,
looked
yeah,
like
so
this
they're, like,
one was
stuck
like
in
maybe a
between.
no, but you know, it's like, okay, fine, we'll go over here then.
Right. So I'm not certain what other rules might be existing about it.
But I
just
say,
like
fuck
this.
that. If everyone around you, just like over here,
Paraphrase
like
it.
the all blue, screw that. You get to join the red. Screw you. Or we'll do a little swappity do. We'll just like,
Well, there's
we'll
always
move
there's
everyone.
a compromise. You know, hey, we'll give you this many more taxes per year, so you can have better roads or build your stadium that you always wanted to build.
All I'm saying is incentivize the people in this county to move over into the deeper blue. Be like, you want to be in blue? We'll move you right into Portland. You can have it. What kind of house you want? Let's go. Get the hell out of here. Zoop. Then we put the line down, and then we put up a wall. Put up a wall, baby. Or we put up like toll booths that are like $8 million to go in this direction. Like if you want to go on the road in this direction, it's super expensive.
Toll roads. Yes.
That'll keep them
That's
out.
what Illinois does to you. They're like, you have to go through our state. Guess what? You're gonna pay for it.
You're paying, bitch. Yep. You want to come in here where people are civil? You got to pay. You want to live in a crazy blue? You fine. You go over there.
13 different counties have approved various measures which require their local officials to begin the process of breaking away from the state. Quote, the Greater Idaho Movement has won non-binding elections in 13 counties. Supporters have been holding town halls, selling hats and t-shirts, and erecting billboards with messages such as release.
I love this
For your general
so
reference,
hard.
the 13 counties are as follows. You have Sherman County, Morrow County, Union County, Wallowa County, Jefferson County, Wheeler County, Crook County, Grant County, Baker County, Malheur County, Arnie County, Lake County, as well as Klamath County. And just for your reference, by the way, in case you're wondering, when we first reported on this movement about a year ago, only 11 counties had done this. Now it's 13, leaving just 2 counties as the holdouts, Gilliam and Umatilla counties. And the reason that these 2 counties have yet to hold a vote is because the county clerks there are refusing to allow the movement to start gathering signatures.
That sounds like an easy problem to solve.
Yep. Get some new clerks.
We need some new clerks in those towns, apparently. How do we make this happen? Let's go.
And so they are essentially stalling the process. However, given the, you can say, overwhelming support that these ballot initiatives are having in the nearby counties, it might just only be a matter of time until these 2 holdouts join the movement as well. But the big question here is whether this prospect of secession is actually going to go anywhere. Is it really the case that if all 15 of these counties vote for it, then the transfer can just happen? Well, not exactly.
I hope so.
For Section 3 of the U.S. Constitution, no new state can be formed within the jurisdiction of another state or by joining other states, quote, without the consent of the legislatures of the states concerned and of the Congress. Meaning, in order for this to actually happen, it will require a formal vote in the Oregon state legislature, a formal vote in the Idaho state legislature, and then once the 2 sides come to an amicable agreement, it would require ratification by the U.S. Congress, which sounds like a long shot, but it might actually not be. To start with, the lawmakers, as well as the governor of Idaho, are actually embracing this proposal. For instance, you had the governor...
Yeah, Idaho is.
He recently went on to Fox News and...
There's no way Oregon's going to be like, no, we need more slaves. Fuck you guys. And they'll be like, oh, we can't have Idaho getting more representation and us losing. There's no way they'll let that happen. And so now we got to like kick out all the legislators somehow. But then at that point, you don't need to do this anymore. Like the whole point of doing this is because the legislators are retarded. So I don't know. I'm not really sure how you solve this problem, but I feel like the fact that they're at least trying is like, very promising
benefit for the Oregon side of things too in this process. He's about to talk about that when he stopped, but it's basically they get more money in the taxes because they're spending a lot to support the Western side.
Really, they're gonna claim that all of these people are just a drain,
right? Because their policies don't support them exactly, so they consider it to be a drain. And they're like, yeah, let them be Idaho's problem.
Yeah, then shit. That should be a no-brainer. If you think all these people are a drain, shit, let Idaho worry about it. I'd be like, bye.
Said this regarding the plan, quote, they're looking at Idaho fondly because of our regulatory atmosphere, our values. That doesn't surprise me one bit. What they're interested in is they would like to have a little more autonomy, a little more control, a little more freedom, and I can understand that. Also, atop the supportive position coming from the governor, in February of 2023, the Idaho House of Representatives passed a non-binding memorial which, quote, resolves that the Idaho legislature stands ready to begin discussions with the Oregon legislature regarding the potential to relocate the Oregon-Idaho state boundary. And so you take that into account, and it appears that this plan has good buy-in on the Idaho side. Then in terms of the Oregon side, you might assume that they would not go for it. As we mentioned earlier, the Oregon state legislature is heavily controlled by the Democrats. They have a supermajority, and so why would they agree to this type of a plan? Well, there are actually two reasons, which were laid out in a bill that was introduced to the Oregon state legislature. All right, just a pause here for a super quick snack break brought to you by Keith Tallow, which you kind of want to word when you don't regret after this offer.
It's a long one. You're going to have to
effectively subsidize the rural part of the state. Quote,
like drag
Oregon
through
is the
it.
West. People in the western part of the state, including Portland, they effectively subsidize the rural part of the state. Quote, Eastern Oregon is an economic drain on Oregon's state budget because of the high income taxes paid by the Portland area. According to a poll, it found that only 3% of the voters of northwestern Oregon are willing to pay what it costs to have rural regions of Oregon included in the Oregon state budget. The movement estimates that the cost is over $500 per northwestern Oregon.
So the people who live in the western side don't want to pay the extra to help support the eastern side. And the eastern side says, we're just fed up with this BS. We're moving to Idaho, or we're becoming part of Idaho because we don't want to move because this is my home. And I think they're more rural.
I think they're saying it's the other way
Idaho is a
around.
very rural state because they're like potatoes, right? So
Let's say Eastern Oregon.
I think.
Oh, Eastern Oregon. Yeah, Eastern is a drain because of high income taxes paid by Portland. That I'm not sure what that means. A poll found that only 3% of voters in northwestern, Portland area, so 3% of Portland are willing to pay the $500 annually to cover rural regions in the state budget. So $500 annually is what you're freaking out about?
That's not much at all. Jeez.
But you want to give free shit to like literally every illegal person in the world,
Yeah, that's
but
weird.
People
I
in
don't
your
understand
own
that,
state, if $500 a year, that's not even $50 a month.
You get more voting power in the electoral college.
Unbelievable.
Sorry, I'm stretching.
Per $500 annually. That is just
That's not much at all. Even
this is a chump change. Like you're trying to, you're looking at pennies. You're like, oh, we're gonna save $500. Woo! Like, okay, what about the thousands of dollars of waste that are just happening? You know, like, geez, that's unbelievable.
Included in the Oregon state budget. The movement estimates that the cost is over $500 per northwestern Oregonian wage earner annually. Meaning, in a practical sense, by removing the eastern part of the state, the remaining Oregon will actually be saving tens of millions of dollars in tax revenue per year that they can use for whatever they want, which actually perfectly then ties into the second reason that the bill lays out that they might actually go for it, which has to do with the fact that once the conservative part of the state is gone, the state legislature of Oregon would be overwhelmingly progressive, meaning that by getting rid of the conservative county holdouts, Oregon might be a smaller state, but they will have more money and they will have a progressive Democrat super majority that they can use to push forward any project that they wish. And so it would seem like a win-win. Conservative counties get
It's dangerous, but I say let him do it. I say let him do it. We'll come back in a year or two and see what it looks like in that side of Oregon. I'm telling you, we're going to need a wall because it's going to be like Venezuela over here, and we're going to have to keep the illegal Oregonians in their little cage over there.
Maybe they'll just become part of California, and California will become like the liberal monster.
Oh, yeah, dude, that would work, actually. It'd be like, may as well, I mean, if we're joining Oregon, I mean, Idaho may as well, and then Oregon just disappears, and now we have a bigger California and a bigger Idaho.
Or they just divide it between Washington and California.
Yeah.
The remainder of the blue
I
side.
mean, just make California the whole side. Get rid of Washington, too. Get it out of here. And then now California is just where libtards go to.
Now you sound like Lex Luthor from the first Superman movie where he decides to destroy California to make new beachfront property in Nevada.
I mean, that's pretty much what just happened recently.
You're like a super villain over here. What's going on?
I mean, they're doing it to them damn selves. I'm just saying, this is the fastest way to get it done.
to leave and join a state that they more align with ideologically, while the remainder of Oregon can be left to be as progressive as they wish. However, that bill never made it out of committee. Regardless, that's where we're currently at. With the Greater Idaho movement, you have buy-in from the Idaho side, you have several good reasons, at least on the Oregonian side, why they might go for it in the near future. And you have 13 out of the 15 counties already voting in favor of secession. They are now just missing 2 counties. And if those 2 counties pass similar resolutions, the project can begin to lobby the Oregon state legislature that much harder to at least have a full vote on the measure. Also, as just a total aside, it's worth noting that there's a similar project right now unfolding in the state of Illinois, where you have their conservative counties looking to...
See, the problem is, Elon Musk should just, again, I feel like did not do a good job spending his money, but he could just literally go and be like, okay, how much money we need to make this happen? Done. This is I think awareness more than anything, and then get rid of the fucking clerk that won't let the fucking vote happen. Okay, how much does it really cost to push through some sort of a new election or something to get through this person,
Right.
get this bitch out of here? I don't know. I just feel like if you got that kind of cash, why can't you do more? Apparently, if they're trying to claim Israel can with $100 million influence all, is the whole deep state is paid for, how? How can they do so much with so little? And then we got people with just billions of dollars can't seem to get their head out of their ass. It's crazy.
They do
Welcome back,
influence
Bobby.
our politicians, but not to that degree.
secede and join the more conservative state of Indiana. Quote, in the last 5 years, voters in 33 Illinois counties have been asked if they want to consider separating from Chicago's Cook County to form a new state.
Yeah, baby!
Yes. Some politicians in neighboring Indiana seem up for the idea. The state's House of Representatives recently advanced legislation
Oh, yeah, Indiana,
that would welcome
not
Illinois
Ohio.
counties into Indiana's fold. Also, it's perhaps worth mentioning that throughout the history of the United States, changing state lines like this has been a pretty rare occurrence, but it does occasionally happen, although all of the known examples of it happening up until today have taken place before the 20th century. A few notable examples may include how in 1792, the state of Kentucky was created from territory out of Virginia. In 1820, the state of Maine was created from Massachusetts. And then, of course, in 1863, West Virginia was admitted into the Union after breaking away from Virginia proper during the Civil War. And so we'll just have to wait and see whether these Oregon counties in the East...
I mean, this is pretty much, I would say it's at a similar boiling point, or I'm not sure exactly how to phrase it, but this is like a level of severity similar, in my opinion, to what was occurring in the Civil War, honestly. Like the level of retardation we have from a certain group of people in the country causing this kind of chaotic violence and nonsense. I think that's as much of a threat as literally any other thing we've seen. And deserves this kind of treatment. Go ahead.
It's definitely been a divisive thing that has emerged.
Yeah. And if you want
And I
that,
think
fine. Here you go.
unnecessarily.
You guys stay over here and we'll stay over here. Because there's no way they don't mix anymore. Like before you could just be like, all right, that person's crazy or whatever. Whatever. Now it's we can't even do that.
To even listen to each other problem, that's kind of recent. That's more like in the last 15 years.
Yeah.
That's occurred.
That's what I'm saying. It's
about pretty fast.
It's escalated
in terms of society.
Mhm.
So the fact that it happened that fast at least gives some hope that maybe it could be curbed or remedied to a degree.
I don't think so. I think it just
I
means
don't
it's
think
going to
so
go
either. I
faster
think
and
it's like a
faster and get
demon
worse
that
and
got
worse.
let loose, and you can't
But
possibly.
I think
get
this
it
is
back in
only
that
one of the
little
ways
box
to
and let
fix
out
it.
of.
You let them go ahead and be psycho and go ahead. Do your same with Ma'am Dammy. Fine. You want to ruin New York? Go for it. See what happens. And then when it all completely fails, then the adults step back in and pick up the pieces and whatever. But
yeah,
to me, this
No,
is the
Bobby,
only way it
unfortunately,
works.
that's not allowed. They'll stop you. They
Bobby,
might send
let's
in the
do
army.
it. Don't listen to freaks.
The U.S. Army won't let you.
We
They're
get
just
to
gonna get
vote on it.
violent.
We get to vote on
And
it.
then tomahawks and things like that. We can't have. There's only so much we can do with
and they
our
can become
sidearms.
the first to change state lines in the 21st century. Now, lastly, as we wrap this up, I actually want to leave you with something that's a bit thematically relevant to the topic at hand. I want to read to you the opening excerpt from one of America's most famous documents, our founding document, the Declaration of Independence. Here's what it says. Quote,
What? You're American?
in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political
Well, he is
bonds which have
American.
connected them with another and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate
He
and equal
dresses
states of
like a
the laws
Brit,
of nature and of nature's
in
divine
my
entitlement.
opinion.
A decent respect of the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness.
Government
If
works
you would like
for
to learn more
us.
about either the Greater Idaho Project or the corollary movement happening in the state of Illinois,
We're the boss of the government.
So what do you think about these counties trying to break away from their state?
And that's the thing, like this,
Even the weird ones.
I mean, they want trans rights. What about rights for all these fucking people that don't agree with anything about how the people are running things where they live and everything?
YouTube, not have to deal with this.
Yeah, and if this is what people want, who the fuck cares? Like, do it. Here's the new line. Here's how these people think. Here's how these people think.
Don't make it my problem, and I'm not paying for it.
And I honestly believe there's no coexisting, at least not with these. Honestly, I would typically have called them extreme, but they're more of the mainstream now, like the classically extreme, but now mainstream Democrat is not possible to coexist with a conservative. It's not possible. So you have to.
No. Well, they won't
say, here's your space.
Loud and angry and yelly and potentially violent.
Oh no, Bobby! We're going down a rabbit hole, then probably we should leave that hole. Do not enter that. Do not come in the hole, Bobby. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Honestly, I found arguing with liberal-minded people who are
frustrating,
who seem to be particularly stubborn, is very frustrating. It's kind of like arguing with a cat. You're really not going to get anywhere.
You're not going to get anywhere, period, no matter what you say.
Like, after a bit, you're just going to kind of be like, okay.
They will just somehow not understand anything, but be so smart. They're so smart about everything, but they can't understand anything that you're saying and can't understand anything about anything. But, whatever they say, of course, is just, it's obviously, okay. Lefties losing it. Gavin Newsom's betrayal of Charlie Kirk. What a piece of shit this guy is. I swear to God. And he's on Twitter all day, fucking posting, trying to be like Trump, and he is not even close. And his stuff is just so cringe every single time.
For lefties losing it. Now I'm going to go to one of the more egregious cases of cowardice and casual bastardry that I have seen in some time. It involves the very slippery, the very slimy governor of California, Gavin Newsom, a man who wants to be president. He's not satisfied destroying California. He wants to start work on the rest of the country. But even by Gavin Newsom's gutter-dwelling standards, this is a new low. Remember the heartwarming, relatable story he told Charlie Kirk after Charlie was good enough to appear on Gavin's fledgling podcast? Well, he's now lying about what he said about his son being a massive Charlie Kirk fan. He changed the story because he was on CNN. First, let's listen to what he said to Charlie.
Last night, trying to put my son to bed. He's like, no, Dad, what time? What time's Charlie gonna be here? What time? And I'm like, dude, you're in school tomorrow. He's 13. He's like, no. This morning, wakes up at 6 something. He's like, I'm coming. I'm like, he literally would not leave the house.
Did you let him take off school?
No, he did. Of course not. He's not here for a good reason. But the point is the point.
Canceled school for like 2 years. Once one day.
The point is the point, which is you are making a damn dent.
Thank you.
Now, that's what he said earlier this year. And gosh, how quick-witted was Charlie? Quick as a flash reminder.
See, the problem is Gavin Newsom's such a scummy piece of shit. Like, he just says stuff that, like, sounds good in the moment, or, like, he thinks this is what people are going to resonate with. Like, he is so unsubstantiated. Like, he is just...
He's a used car salesman. He's just going to
he's the
say whatever he has to say to
nastiest.
close the deal, whatever that deal might be today.
I hate it. And everyone just buying it up. These left
I don't know why people
retards
soak
are
him
just
up so
buying
much.
him up.
I really don't. I guess
And they think he's like attractive and he's like such a strong alpha. Oh my, you don't know what a man looks like apparently. If you think this is the future of society and what real men are going to
Right. I find him to be very transparently a piece of poopy too.
Unnecessarily closing all those schools. Charlie did Gavin an enormous favour by agreeing to appear on his podcast. This is how Newsom repays him, by now walking back his comment that his son was a massive Charlie Kirk fan, because Gavin was on CNN and he knows all too well what that loopy audience thinks of conservatives, even the most friendly, joyful conservatives like Charlie. Listen carefully to Newsom here. What a snake.
So that's your son, obviously a fan of Charlie Kirk.
What was the conversation like between you and your son after Charlie Kirk was assassinated?
Well, he called me. I don't know how he got a phone, but he called me from school that day, really alarmed. And all his friends were around the phone that wanted me to somehow express or understand what was going on. He wanted to know if he was dead. He wasn't a fan of him as much as he was familiar with him. And it was very revelatory for me because he's also out there. My son is 11, 12 years old. He's sitting there talking to me about not just Charlie Kirk, but folks like Andrew Tate. And he's, sort of beyond Joe Rogan.
Yeah,
Anyways,
what a slimy piece of shit. Instantly, like, nope, he wasn't actually a fan. Somehow he got a phone. Of course, like all these like fanciful stories that comes out of this guy's ass on his face asshole that just constantly is farting out all this trash. But it's like, oh yeah, my son magically just pulled out a phone from and the whole class is gathered around like asking what's going on, and he's not actually a fan. The reason is because he knows he's calling because he knows about him. He doesn't really like it. He's not a fan. He just like has heard of him once, you know what I mean? But it was really important for him to call me. And you know what, let's not even talk about Charlie right now. Let's talk about Andrew Tate, because everyone hates Andrew Tate, and like let's associate Charlie Kirk with Andrew Tate. You know what I mean? Like what a just slimy piece of shit. like and this is how his brain works. Like, oh, how do I be like snaky and slimy and just get people to think, like, how do I manipulate people into liking me? Because I can't do it through genuine anything. It's just I have to manipulate everybody. Like, really? Unreal.
So many respects of sort of this novelty of the pod, manosphere, etc.
He wasn't a fan. He was just familiar, really. What a detestable scrote. This man can't even remember how old his son is. He got it right back in March when he told Charlie he was 13. Now on CNN, he's claiming he's 11 or 12. He's aging backwards, Gavin. Your son is 14 now, by the way. Hunter is 14. Write it down. So really, though.
His name's Hunter too? Oh, my gosh.
His own story about his son's admiration.
What are the chances?
What are the chances? Very interesting. So anyway, I thought that was very upsetting. And Gavin Newsom, just again, I look at this stuff and I'm like, how is any of this like the state of affairs?
California, I would move away from California.
Yeah, California's a shithole. Like there's beautiful parts, but
California, but
yeah, and it's just like homeless everywhere, and it's not even a good place to visit. Like I said, when I landed there, I was like, are we in Colombia? Are we in a third world country right now? Like they have like tarps up at the airport to try and block out the shitty houses.
That's probably not in like the non-big cities, right? Like, I mean, LA might be like that, or San Francisco, but probably not like, some city we've never heard of.
Yeah. I mean, not to that extent for sure, but you still got like homeless people for sure, and like all this kind of craziness. And people like choose to be homeless. They're like, I'm just gonna like live on the beach or whatever, and like, okay, I guess.
All right. The only time I've ever been to San Francisco was a very long time ago. When I went there, it was gorgeous, but there were no homeless people and there's no poo-poo on the streets.
Oh man, there's all kind of.
But it was a beautiful city. Like I was in Fisherman's Wharf area in particular.
Mm-hmm.
It was really nice. Like I was like, wow, this is a great, cool city. I wish I had.
Well, that's the same area that I was in more recently, and it's complete shithole. So let me just say, it's gone down.
That's very disappointing. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, to the point that it was like, I'm not going outside unless I have to. You know what I mean? Like,
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was just. It is unreal, honestly.
Huh.
Joining us now in the arena, Republican Senator from Louisiana, John Kennedy. He sits on the Senate Judiciary Committee. Senator, wonderful to see you, as always. Unusual for Senator John Thune to display the anger that you saw there. Now he's telling us that he's going to personally engage with Democrats. Why now? What is the change in the dynamic?
Well, yeah, Thune did get a little hot and bothered. I don't pay much attention to that stuff unless somebody gets stabbed, and then I'll pay attention. We're day 29 of the shutdown. It's a soap opera. If I were naming this soap opera, I'd call it As the Stomach Turns. There's a lot of melodrama. It's not going to end, Casey. I don't care what anybody tells you, and John can meet with Chuck and this and that and the other, but it's not going to end until enough senators take their egos out back and shoot them. And so far, that hasn't happened. And I do not see an off-ramp. I don't. If we did agree, and I don't think we could, but if we did agree on something on health care, it's got to pass the House. And I don't think well, of course, the House isn't in, but I don't think it could pass the House right now. I'm biased, but I think the mistake that Senator Schumer made when he said, no, I'm going to shut it down, he asked for, it was such a big ask. I mean, when you add it up, it's like 1.5 trillion and wants us to gut the affordable care, the big beautiful bill like a fish. And it's just, he's so far out there, it's hard for him to get back off that limb. If he'd had something more reasonable, we might be talking. But anyway, that's kind of where we are. I'm not proud of it. My guess is the American people are thinking to themselves, a pox on both of our houses, and I can't blame them.
Do you get the sense that there is a change in the dynamic around a willingness to talk that's going on right now? I mean, SNAP benefits in particular. I mean, there's millions of people in Louisiana who potentially are going to suffer.
I think the SNAP issue. Look, I don't want to see people in America go hungry. Nobody does. I think that the SNAP issue will turn up the pressure, which is probably a good thing in terms of getting it settled. And this, no disrespect to Senator Thune, but he can have all the meetings he wants to with the Democrats on the Affordable Care Act and make all the deals that he wants to, but he's going to have to sell that to the Republicans in the Senate. I'm not going to vote some way just because the majority leader tells me to. And more importantly, he'd have to sell it to the House. And that's what I'd really like to see us do. I don't know that Chuck would agree to it. I'd like to see us open government back up and have an honest discussion about how we can fix the Affordable Care Act. I mean, subsidies or not, the premiums on the Affordable Care Act are going through the roof. Something's wrong. That's an indication that they're not working, and we need to fix it or start over and do something else. But that's not going to happen until, once again, people take their egos out back and shoot them. And so far, they're not willing to do that.
So speaking of both the House and the possibility for finding a health care plan that will be affordable for Americans, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene put this up on the X platform this week. She says,
the way with words.
Go into a skiff, that of course a place where you read classified information, to find out the Republican health care plan, implying that there isn't one. And she's been pretty vocal complaining about this generally. What do you say to her?
Well, I think the Congresswoman, first, she's entitled to her opinion. I think she was upset because the Speaker in a Republican House member conference call didn't talk about what he wanted to do. And I understand why he didn't, because it would the House is like the Senate. It leaks like the Titanic. I mean, it would have leaked immediately. I get that. I think a lot of people, I've certainly been thinking about what we could do to try to fix the Affordable Care Act. There are a number of ideas being batted around. Association health plans, bringing back high-risk pools, which have been outlawed under the Affordable Care Act.
I love that he's like Louisiana, like he's just like the perfect. He
does seem very
like Colonel Sanders,
state,
like Southern, like Warden, like I don't know. He's just like I don't know. The grandpa, he'd have like lemonade on the porch, like some goats out in the field.
Say something so off the wall and you never heard, but makes perfect sense.
I would love to hang out with this guy, have a bourbon, and just let him babble on all night long.
I think a lot of young people who are very healthy between jobs would like to buy a high deductible health insurance that's not necessarily long term. Now, a lot of the insurance companies are not going to like some of these ideas because they're fat and happy and they're making money. In fact, the American taxpayer, the federal government, is sending subsidy checks directly to the insurance companies. That's also one of the things we ought to change. I have no doubt that we can come up with something, Casey. But once again, the longer we go, the egos get involved and people get prideful. And you saw it with Senator Thune, and probably now Senator Schumer is going to feel like he's got to bite him back. And we're kind of like kids now in the back of a minivan fighting, and it's not a good look. But I've seen it before, and you have too.
Senator John
Kennedy, it's like playground type crap.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, just like duke it out or something and get it over with, and then just like remember your job.
Well, I hate that this is something that they can just keep doing. Like they can just keep doing this.
I do too.
And
it's kind of annoying.
And there's nothing to even like push it forward or like some way to just be like, okay, we can't agree on something. We have to move on with something else. I don't know. Like there's the fact that it's just like, nope, and we don't care. And we're like, nope, we don't care. But frankly, that's the only option the conservatives have. You can't start like giving in to these people. Because then that's all they'll ever do is just demand everything and just hold everything hostage. It's like, that's not how this is supposed to work.
It's like the government's equivalent of like holding your breath until you get your way. It's like really stupid. Yeah,
but you're not holding your breath. You're holding someone else's breath.
Exactly. Well, yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
You're holding all the people hostage.
You still got your...
It doesn't affect you, but it affects everyone else, and that's the thing that like so much of this makes me so angry.
You said you care so much about.
Yep, that's government nowadays. But I feel like it is primarily I know it's pervasive, but I feel like it's so intoxic. Like it's so part of the Democrats that this is how they have to behave, because when the money faucet gets turned off, because if it was both sides, well, then they would just both agree to like, okay, let's just keep fucking the system and get the money out of it.
Right.
But it's like, okay, we're going to turn off all the like money glitches and try and do this efficiently. And they're like, no, you can't do that.
Those money glitches back on.
Yeah.
Or I will hold my breath.
Well, I'll hold
Bob's breath.
Yeah, I'll hold his breath until he dies, and then I'll hold until I can get, the victim that I need to get enough support. It's like, that's what they were talking about too. Like the first line of people, air traffic controllers. Okay. The next line of people, military. Okay. Well, that's worse. And then how about women and children? Okay. Well, we're getting worse and worse. Like,
air traffic controllers, we're not paying them.
Nope.
Oh my gosh.
And then, so we might have like, and a lot of them are calling off.
To pay those people.
So a lot of flights are getting delayed or canceled, and they're saying,
they're the ones that keep you from running into other planes in the middle of the
Well, I mean, regardless of that, like if they don't do their job, then we don't even get to fly is the point too. So it's not, it's like we can't even do it, period. And we got Thanksgiving and Christmas coming up, the heaviest travel of the whole year. And if they're going to not be, and I say rightfully so, all those people that are calling out, I say 100% I support that. Call out, cancel all the flights. I don't care. Shut it all down. Shut it all the fuck down. And eventually the pain will reach a point that someone's going to do something different. But I say
shutting down all the flights, I think, has happened twice.
I say the faster the better. I say accelerate it to the point that they have to do something. Shut everything down.
Did all the flights shut down during COVID at one point?
I think so, yeah. Or they were limited to like, you could only...
Well, they were limited. Maybe they weren't completely shut down.
Yeah, so it's like every other seat for a while. And then I think for a minute it might have been completely shut down, but I don't remember. But yeah, it's nutty. I really would love them to just, and frankly, hold all the snap, hold everything. All the government, everything, it's just off. Turn it off. Nope, no money going out anywhere.
There's legit people who really need that stuff too. So you can't turn it all off.
I would. I'd be like, this is it. Either vote for someone else.
See what you're saying, right?
You know what I'm saying?
Stop being a stubborn baby and holding Bob's breath. Or it's just all shut down until you do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, but that's unfortunately, that's kind of more of the same of the, hurting other people to get your way.
It is.
Even if your way is to ultimately help the other people, it's still hurting them to get your way. So,
but it will maybe make some of those people wake up and stop supporting the people that were willing to put them on the line in the first place. You know what I'm saying? We have to change the fundamental perspective.
Thank you, Bobby.
To the point that they don't support them anymore. Like they're like, you know what? Now that you've taken all my shit away, I don't support you anymore. You know what I mean? I don't know. But somehow we got to escalate this. And I think to an extent, the Dems are just hurting themselves more and more. So I'm like, whatever. They're only giving more and more. Like
a good look for them, but they still have support of their average.
They have support of the people that they're going to have the support of no matter what they do.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
But they don't have support of anyone who has a brain.
I would hope not. I would hope not.
It's just nutty. I don't get it.
Unfortunately, that's probably not true. But
anyway, so that is more on the shutdown in Kennedy. This is kind of crazy. Arkansas state trooper inspects truck illegally parked, finds a mostly naked Chinese man in the cab, and California strikes again.
Well, to his defense, it's probably very hot in Arkansas. Maybe he doesn't have air conditioning in his in his
He's
vehicle.
parked somewhere he's not supposed to park. And
but he should be parked illegally. It looks like
he's
parked
illegally
on the side of the highway. He's not
parked
supposed to do
half
that.
naked on the side of the road.
You're also not allowed to park on bridges, by the way, people. I learned that the hard way.
Stop parking. What do you mean the hard way? They tow you?
No, I actually just stopped, and it was like a small little bridge. It wasn't like a bridge. It was like a over a brook type of a bridge, and I didn't even realize I was on a bridge. So I had a cop come up and be like, "Why you stopped on the bridge?" I'm like, "I didn't know I was on a bridge." And he's like, "Yeah, you can't do that." I'm like, "I didn't know that either. So thank you for the information." He's like, "Move along." I'm like, "Okay,
move along.
Bye-bye.
Bye."
Bye-bye.
But this is more of the, California, and apparently California did an emergency, we're not giving out any more of these permits for now because we're getting so much shit about it, which great. But apparently you can get a non-domiciled CDL license, if you're from another state or something, there's a way to do it.
Naked, Bobby. You said mostly naked.
Yeah.
That's subjective.
It's he's not driving. He's parked illegally.
And he was parked. He was just parked illegally.
He's parked illegally half naked in his truck.
Chinese man in the cab. Can I watch this?
It says safe for work right there, idiot.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm good.
Why are you parked here?
Yeah, I parked here 3 hours.
Why did you park here?
Can't speak English?
You do?
Yeah.
Why did you park here? No, no good. I'm with Arkansas Highway Police.
No
I need your
good.
driver's license, registration, insurance for this truck. Is there anybody else in the truck? Is there anybody else in the truck?
My company.
Your company. Okay. You don't understand
It's
English.
blurred. He's got pants on.
He's got
wait, maybe he
underwear
doesn't
on,
have
I
pants
think.
on.
Where's your logbook at?
That's his feet. Never mind. It's not his legs.
Put you some clothes on.
Get some clothes on?
Get some.
Yeah. Pants. Put your pants on.
It's not bad. He's not wearing pants.
Put your pants on.
Uh-oh.
Pants. Put some pants on.
Yeah, okay.
We don't understand English.
Wait, that's a real driver. Wait, he got a real driver's license. He driving around naked, parked on the side of the road. He don't even know English.
What the hell, bro? What are you doing?
What is this?
What company do you work for?
Now he's got.
Yeah, no, I don't think he was partially naked. I think he was completely naked.
Your company's
Maybe
called
it sucks.
California?
Yeah.
He had socks on. Said, what company you work for? California. Oh, okay.
California.
Loading up this guy's truck, and you're like, all right.
Luck.
Go on out there.
Go.
What's going to happen? Nobody
What's
knows.
gonna happen?
What could possibly go wrong? Good luck.
See ya. Yeah, it's like, is it going to be there? I don't know.
Who knows where it's going?
Aren't those trucks really expensive?
Okay.
I don't know. I think Christmas.
This happened the first of the month.
All right.
Here we are.
You see this sign?
Yeah, truck. Over.
What's that sign say?
Paint.
What does the sign say?
Must enter, right?
You tell me. What does it say? Read. I need you to read that sign.
Yeah, we testing. Next right.
It says trucks have to enter in the next right. He doesn't know how to fucking speak English. And he's a fucking truck driver with a license. Are you kidding me?
Okay, read it again.
Read again.
Read it again.
Oh, trucks. Over 10. Must enter. Wait, station next, right?
What is this word?
Tense.
Tense? No.
No?
No. What is it?
No.
that sign mean?
What's that mean? Same things.
What does this sign mean?
Why the fuck do we put up with this shit?
Yeah, so apparently he has to do this sort of test.
This is insane.
And he has to like see how many of these he can do right or wrong.
What is going on?
Master enter.
Master.
Master. With station.
Okay, so if you see this sign, what do you do?
Yeah, driver going. Yeah, driver going. Must.
What?
Go with where?
What did he say?
With station.
All trucks go? Or what's it say? What kind of trucks have to go to the weigh station?
Weigh station.
Weigh station?
I don't know.
I don't know what the weigh station is.
Over 10.
Over 10 what?
10 what?
Over 10 what?
Tons.
Okay, all right, let's try another one. You don't get that one.
He almost kind of got that one though. I don't know if he actually knew what it was, but he's like, it's a weigh station and you have to go to it.
He's handed over a driver's license. This is the basic signs. Oh no.
Let's see.
Do not pass.
Read that sign to me.
Wait, which one was it? It's the one. It says no parking.
No parking.
Read that sign to me.
No parking.
What does that mean?
Yeah, here, no parking.
What does it mean when it says no parking?
I don't know.
So he knows it says no parking, and he knows that it's no parking right here where his truck is. He doesn't know what no parking means. Like, how is that possible? How's that possible?
How is this real? How did we let this happen?
This is 10-1.
Yeah, no billboard, no parking. Maybe I can search exit, no parking.
Okay. So when you see this sign, what do you do?
No parking.
No parking.
Okay. Does that mean you can park your truck there?
Yeah.
It literally use the same word. Can you park?
Oh God. Bro, this has to stop. How is this so bad? Oh my God. Y'all are cooked over there? Yes.
No parking. Yeah, I called my friend.
Read this sign to me.
Which one was it again? No commercial vehicles. Oh, he's cooked. This is this is like, bro, if you couldn't do no parking, like this is like, bro, you're putting him in inferno mode now. Like this is not gonna it's over. It's so over.
Yeah,
I don't know how this is.
I called my friend.
How did you get a driver's license?
Read this sign to me.
Yeah,
California.
Because
this is California. I thought it was Arkansas.
We curse.
I didn't think Arkansas.
No, he
was
got
that
his
crazy.
license from California.
Oh, and he's driving through Arkansas. Oh, I get it now. That makes sense.
So that's why everyone's mad at California, because
Right.
everyone else got to
Well,
deal
what
with
the
them
heck,
giving out
California?
bullshit licenses and
Willy-nilly,
killing everybody
like,
everywhere
giving
else.
it out like it's Halloween candy. What the heck?
Yeah, because no one needs to drive through California, at least not for that long, and then they murder everyone else wherever they're driving.
Right. California don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, Cali don't worry. They get to get the money.
no coming call.
So what does that mean? That sign, read it to me.
What do you mean?
What?
What's it mean?
Oh my God.
You just have to like guess completely like what the sign could possibly mean.
Oh no.
No coming call.
No coming.
All right, one more.
What? One more.
What's that sign mean?
Oh no. Pedestrian walk. Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
Hopefully he gets that one.
What's that sign mean?
It's funny what he says here.
I love how like no commercial vehicles. This was just like, you just knew that there's no way you're coming out of this one. Right? Like the no parking, I could get, yeah, you probably figured that one out. But no commercial vehicles? Oh, bro, like there's like 3 levels of context you have to have for that. Yeah, nah, you're done.
35?
The sign?
What is that sign? Number 35. What is this sign?
Oh, 2 people.
2 people.
Maybe a girl. Maybe a woman.
It's 2 people, there's a woman, and he's laughing.
He goes, where the hose at? Where the hose at? Like, why do you say this?
What does it mean?
What do you mean?
What does it mean?
What does that sign mean?
Yeah, 2 people.
2 people doing what?
Walk.
They're walking?
Yeah, 2 people are walking.
Where?
I don't know where.
You don't know where? Okay. All right, that's good enough. You can go back to your truck and have a seat.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. Like, all right.
So that's what.
Try to leave.
Yeah, he thinks he told him to leave. He just drives off. Oh my god. Yeah, 2 people walking. Exactly. That's what the sign means. Just in case there happens to be a woman and someone else walking, we have this sign.
So we can indicate that's,
so we can let you know
somewhere.
Yeah,
Right.
It's crazy. I don't even get it. But anyway, that's kind of what's going on with that, which leads us into all this kind of ICE stuff. So obviously that wasn't like an aggressive encounter or anything, but this is the kind of bullshit that we have to deal with. We have all these people in here driving big ass trucks. They don't understand any of the signs. They don't understand anything that's going on. They do a U-turn right in the middle of traffic, kill a bunch of people. They don't stop and plow into a bunch of people. Like, how many fucking murders? Like, it's unbelievable. And there's no reason for it. There's literally no reason for it. But then they want to paint it like, oh, all these crazy, like, ICE people doing all this crazy shit. It's like, okay, how many American citizens are being killed because ICE is deporting people? I think 0. How many people have died just from trucks smashing them into little tiny pieces for no reason? Well, I know at least 5. So we're already infinity different here. Infinity plus 5, actually.
After federal agents conducted immigration enforcement operations today, it sparked lots of outrage.
New video shared with WGN tonight shows controversial tactics by Border Patrol. WGN's Jewel Hillary explains what residents say unfolded.
Shame! This is not okay! Shame! Out of evidence!
When I came up on her, they were tearing her out of the car. She was on the ground. Her shoes fell off.
Allie Harnett says she saw that woman after the red car the woman was driving collided into a federal agent's vehicle near the intersection of Oakton and Asbury around 12:15 Friday afternoon.
So somehow this person completely rear-ended the shit out of this vehicle. And then they're like, oh, well, she didn't mean to do it. And ICE caused it.
Excuse me?
They're saying ICE caused the accident somehow. Of course, that's
using
not
your
on the
vehicle
tape.
As a weapon is definitely using your vehicle as a weapon. It's not like she
Well,
did
they're
nothing
trying to
wrong.
say she was just driving and ICE, like, all of a sudden just accelerated backwards into her or something. Like, that's the kind of crazy shit they're trying to say right now.
Witnesses say that ICE absolutely caused the accident. They stopped the car. They boxed her in. I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but she was not about to rear-end ICE on purpose.
This video shot shortly after.
And you know that how, number one, like, you just are a random person on the side. Like, you don't even know what happened, but surely she didn't do it on purpose. Like, you didn't see it? You don't know anything about what the hell happened? I don't know, man.
after the crash shows a disturbance between immigration agents and residents at the intersection. Evanston police supervisor.
And how are there this many people out? And how is this person just randomly getting tossed into police?
Responded
and then dropping on the ground.
Scene.
Like, what is happening?
Several people observing were detained.
This is wrong. How can you live with yourself?
I saw them wrestle 2 people to the ground.
You do not belong here.
Those 3 people were taken away.
And if you're this guy, who the fuck are you to come in here and try and like push the officer off of whoever he's detaining? Like, do you see this?
Do not.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. That they're obviously
This
not being
guy.
peaceful protesters.
Like, you're jumping in and pushing the police off of this. And frankly, I think recently something like this happened, and the guy that they let out of the police detainment had a knife and stabbed the officer and killed him. So literally the bystander came over, pushed the police off of him. The guy got up, stabbed the police officer and killed him. So great job helping. Like, you don't know anything about anything that's going on, and you just feel so righteous about this. This shit makes me so angry. This guy should be arrested. I would throw every single thing at him. Fuck this guy.
People were taken away. We have no idea where they are. We are trying to figure out who they are so that we can tell their loved ones and try to help them. There are people who are willing to be legal advocates for them.
That's why ICE is having so much trouble. It's like they have 5 agents to bring someone in, but they need like 50 more just to protect those 5 while they're doing their job. It's like, come on.
Yep. And
Just
then
let
you
them do
wonder
their
why it
job. They'd be
escalates
done
like
by
this.
now.
Exactly. And now they have to treat everyone as like hostile and like crazy because it just escalates every stupid time. And you wonder why this is what ends up happening. They have to immediately take control of a situation that's completely chaotic. And this is how you do it, unfortunately. Like, if you didn't behave that way, this wouldn't be the result.
Yeah.
Fortunately, watching television is the least intelligent way to receive political information, and right stream media ratings are at an all-time high. Well, I agree. Everyone wants to see the right-wing media because they've rejected the left. Welcome, Divided by Algorithms.
Also spotted at Crane and Asbury. This video showing a landscaper being questioned. Shortly after the incidents,
Our message for ICE is simple. Get the hell out of Evanston.
Evanston Mayor Daniel Biss, who was on the scene earlier in the day, united with hundreds of community members standing together in solidarity.
I cannot thank enough the incredible group of people standing behind me, people patrolling the streets of Evanston right now, rising up together, arm in arm, to keep our neighbors safe.
Immigrants are welcome here. ICE is not.
Evanston police say one driver was arrested during today's disturbance. They also say the confrontation between agents and residents may have reportedly led to 1 or 2 other arrests. We have reached out to DHS for comment but have not heard back yet. Reporting in Evanston, I'm Jewel Hillary, WGN News.
Now, here's the government's response. The
So
Department of Homeland Security spokesperson claimed that agents noticed a red vehicle tailgating them, crashing into Border Patrol as they were making a U-turn. They add a hostile crowd then surrounded the agents and their vehicle and began verbally abusing them and spitting on them.
It's so crazy that we never have this part. Like, this part of the footage is always mysteriously unavailable in all of these like crazy accusations. Like, oh yeah, they did nothing wrong, and then let's only start recording from the moment they actually are being detained for being completely belligerent or whatever. I don't know. It's weird how that happens.
But you showed a little bit of that clip earlier with the African American woman in the ice, and it was the narrative was that she was being, forcibly manhandled, but it looked like they were trying to catch her because she like jumped into their pile. Like,
I know she went like flying.
Right?
Like, I don't know how that happened.
To help her from like hitting the ground. I don't think they were like doing anything to her other than like trying to keep her from hurting herself. But she was obviously having some
sort of issue,
and then sent it to the news station, clipped so that it only showed them with their hands on her. But they didn't show the context of her throwing herself into their hands. Right?
That would be
So
that would go against the narrative,
exactly.
mister.
So, yeah, context matters so much. And I've noticed a lot when it comes to the left reinforcing their thoughts that they don't show the whole thing. They rarely show the whole thing.
It's got to start from the hysterical moment
it's usually really short too, and it's,
after this is escalated.
That one action moment, it's the money shot, right? It's just the money shot. You don't get any of the foreplay.
That's it. We don't know anything else. I can't even watch the first part of this. It just makes me too annoyed. But I thought this was interesting.
Don't rage too much. Get an aneurysm.
So frankly, what are any of these people doing in the first place? So this is like, if we just take a step back, why is any of this happening? Well, what are any of these people doing in the first place? Like, why is this happening? Well, what are you doing? Like, you don't need to be doing what you're doing. There's no reason to be doing this. So there wouldn't need to be this. Can we start there? This doesn't just happen out of nowhere. They didn't just wake up today and decide, let's go harass the local populace let's just go into stores and start beating people with hammers. Like, what? What are you people doing?
Action switched to California. There were wide-scale roundups of illegal immigrants at Home Depot stores where they had gone to find day labor jobs. There was also widespread resistance from the population and pitched battles in the streets.
All pedestrians will move outside the road or you'll be arrested for impeding. All pedestrians will move outside the road now or you will be arrested for impeding. Let's move them out! Move it right now!
A local border security official named Greg Bovino became the face of the...
And like these people, why are you doing this?
I'm sorry. That seems
go
like
ahead.
a pretty clear warning to me. Like that was like an announcement of, hey, get the hell out of the way or you're going to get in trouble. Like there will be consequences.
Exactly. And why are they doing it in the first place? Like, why are you doing that to the point that, okay, now they have to tell you, get the hell out of here.
It shouldn't be necessary in the first place, but okay. It was.
And then you don't want to move either.
If I do what I'm doing and don't stop, you're going to make me wish I probably didn't do this.
Yeah.
And they have the authority. So, okay, there's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah. So and then you want to be like belligerent about it and like all this stuff. Like
you can't protest.
There's
no. You can't get in the way.
Exactly. If you want to stand on the side, whatever, wave your sign, get in your costume, dance around, be obnoxious, whatever. But once you get in the way, now we got a problem.
Yeah. Because then you're interfering and that's not cool.
But that's what they want. They want it to escalate so they can get their clip.
Yep.
He released videos of himself leading massive ICE raids. He deployed his troops on horseback to sweep MacArthur Park in downtown Los Angeles. Bovino made clear his view that the police could run things better than elected politicians.
Now we're here.
Do you have any clips of any right-wing organizations behaving in this way, good sir? I would love to pull them up. I only ever see Antifa loonies and libtard no king rejects, and like there's no equivalency. There's like literally nothing.
Making Los Angeles a safer place, since we won't have politicians that'll do that, we do that ourselves.
And it's sad, we got to bring in more or less the border military dude to be like, okay, you can't keep your own people safe, so now we got to come in and handle this. And it's like these Antifa people are such pussies. They're not even like look at all of this just for like this handful of like complete retards. It's so crazy. All of this for like a handful of retards.
I understand that they can be upset about it, and that's cool, and protesting is fine, but it's this like violent. It's not really protesting when it becomes violent. In fact, it's no longer protected by your First Amendment right. Once you become violent, you become a mob. That's different, But like this, they don't know this. Like, Like, don't they know that this is not the right way to accomplish what they presumably want to accomplish?
Well,
I guess the answer is in the question.
What
No,
they're
they don't,
saying they want to accomplish, no. But what they actually are trying to accomplish is the victim. They want to be a victim. They want to instigate something to the point that, oh, they look like a victim, even though they've caused the problem. So they're absolutely not the victim. But
and I'm starting to understand that.
they're going to clip it in a way that just, oh, we're the victim. These people are just for no reason going out of their way to harass everyday citizens that are just minding their own business. It's like, and the people, frankly, if you believe that, like, what is wrong with you? Like,
no, we watched that one clip about the one guy and his buddies who got detained, and one of them was a citizen, and how it was framed, you know, citizen arrested by ICE or whatever, but he wasn't. He was just detained while his buddies who were illegal were being arrested. But he also resisted being detained, and he got, I mean, he wasn't violent, like throwing a punch, but he was like resisting their attempts to put him over to the side while they detained the other people.
Mm-hmm.
So
I know it always comes out to be
controlling
just
the situation, which is part of their job. It's part of their safety. It's, you know, understandable. If you have 2 brain cells, you'll understand that they have to do that for their own good and yours too. They can't have like people running around being crazy while they're trying to.
Well, and I think that's the other thing. People think that they can do that because for some reason in their brain that they just, I can just behave this way, and it's like,
they think they can, like, they think this is part of their First Amendment right of protesting, is like being a jerk and like actually physically interfering. No.
Yeah. And frankly, like, who are you protecting? I still can't wrap my head around, like, why are you going to such great lengths to like protect like the lowest of the lowest, scummiest, most useless?
Well, not all of them are, and I'm guessing that's where their compassion falls in, because I mean, some of them are just people who are trying to come to America because they think it's way better. Joke's on them, but you know, I mean, some of them I'm sure are, but we also have an awful lot of people.
But they're not going out of their way to go for those people either, is what I'm saying.
Be good Americans. So yeah. And I don't just mean
criminals. And I mean, like being a good American in the number one means you do it the right way. You can't start on the wrong foot. You can't start by being a criminal and be like, oh, I just want to be an American. Like, no, clearly you don't. You want to leech off of America.
I'm a gang leader. Like, I'm a gang dude.
It's nutty.
I do gang symbols on people. That's my job.
It's nutty. Like, there was another guy I was going to bring up, but I can't bring myself to watch some of it.
I don't get it.
It hurts my brain. Like
a lot of left people do seem to think that immigrants and illegal immigrants are somehow the same thing, and they're totally not.
Well, I think even beyond that, they're just like, oh, well, anyone in the whole world deserves access to like X, Y, and Z. It's like, you realize that's literally not how it works. And then,
well, those are the same people that think money is free and it's just a matter of the government giving enough to them to be happy, and trusting that the government will continue to do that for the rest of their lives and it will never change.
The government need to just give me some money so I can be happy. Right. You know? That's definitely what the government does.
Take care of me and you and everybody else. So
that's definitely what the government does.
Because that's the answer. Everybody trusts the government
with a rock music.
They've never done anything against the people.
No,
never.
Never. But this, I thought, I don't know. This one, I don't think was a good idea. Even whatever these AI videos, but to be Darth Vader in this case was like, I feel like you're just giving people free ammo to come at you, because this apparently they put together themselves and more or less border agents versus all these lunatics, sanctuary cities and fake news, and
portraying ICE as the Darth Vader character from Star Wars, vanquishing,
just destroying everyone,
the media
relentlessly.
At Fastly,
human smugglers
and security.
Which, I mean, shit, I wish they would go with this level of ferocity. Like, go, man. Who's stopping you?
A clear point to the ICE methods.
A lot of it is just to terrorize cities. I know a lot of people.
And this is the fucking idiot libs listen to this shit all day. Like this guy right here. Oh, they just want to terrorize people. That's why they're doing this. Ooh, they decided today that they just want to terrorize all the brown people. And he believes it is like
They're
the sick
punishing
part.
us for not voting for their king.
Oh my God. Like victim, like it's like the reverse victim. He's like trying to like be the victim, like live through it somehow. Like,
precariously being the victim through other people's victimization that is perceived by him who sits
by him. Exactly. He's elevating their victimness onto his pedestal.
Collared shirt, made out of really nice material because it's all shiny for the camera. Even though it's a little wrinkly, that's okay because he's a man's man. With his silver hair, he looks like Governor Newsom. Which makes him cool.
Who are afraid to go out of their houses.
Part of all these people are afraid to go out of their houses.
Kind of a white nationalism notion that
this is a white nationalism thing that we're doing.
You get rid of as many people who are.
We got to get rid of the brown people.
So that's
fucking
kind of
ignorant.
what they're trying to do.
Honestly, that's what's going to end up happening. Is these people that keep saying this dumb shit. It's like first off, it's just
the stupidity. It's just going to produce more stupidity.
And it's going to produce just that because eventually white people are going to be like, fine, you know what? Yes, I just want to be around white people because all of you fucking idiots just want to be victims and you want to be leeches and you X, Y, and Z. And then you're going to get actual white nationalists.
Yeah, that's...
And then it's going to be a problem. When it actually happens... And then the problem is they've already been crying wolf for so damn long that when they go to say, oh, hey, this is actually happening now, we're not being rhetorical this time, they'll be like, oh, okay, whatever. They're like, no, seriously, this time is real. Okay, whatever. And it'd be like, oh, shit. It's going to happen. I can see it. It's like clear to me. You're going to make the white people hate you.
Not.
Like right now, they're hating themselves because you've convinced them that that's what they need to do. But eventually they're going to be like, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
They're going to be like, wait a minute.
Wait a second. Some ain't adding up quite right.
So I don't know, man.
I've been feeling bad about
and that's going to be, honestly, I don't think that's going to be a good day for anyone. Like white people are not going to have a good day from that. Brown people, black people, nobody. That's going to be a bad day because when white people finally stop being the punchline of everything, and especially if they retaliate as hard as all these idiots are, holy crap. We are going into dark times, people.
In June, a lower court in California ruled that ICE could not detain people just because of the color of their skin or the language that they spoke. But that was effectively overturned by the Supreme Court in September in a temporary judgment.
Of course, the Supreme Court is now doing this. They're essentially striking down what district courts are doing, declaring the illegality, and they're not even bothered.
Oh, they're just striking down the district courts. Yeah, these fucking lunatic progressive psychos that think anything that anyone does is just completely illegal, and now you got to pay all this money and extra. It's like, man, I really wish it wasn't like this. Like, I don't know how at some point it wasn't like this, to be honest, but to the extent that it is now, it's just like lunacy. You find the most retarded, extremist, like, how can you find the most extreme version of your party and put them in places so that they will just blindly literally do anything? Because the sensibility doesn't make sense. Like, that's not what they're after. They're after like some fake reality that's been crafted and indoctrinated into them, even though it makes completely no sense. And to try and like reason about it is just like, you pretty much have to put your brain into like potato mode and just be like, yeah. I don't understand how else you can get to this point.
Bothering to tell us why. This is a MAGA court. It is a subsidiary of the MAGA movement because they issue decision after decision after decision where not only do they side with the Trump administration, they don't even bother to tell us why.
hell is he talking about?
Yeah, exactly. And most of the time, it should be just self-evident. Like, most of the shit is, like, so obvious, we don't even have to. It's like, why is 2 + 2 4? Like, oh, no one's telling me why is 2 + 2 4. How do I know it's, like, why is it that? Why does it have to be, like, these people go out of their way to just not understand anything is the problem. And then you're trying to explain them, ice is cold water. Okay, well, why is that? Well, that's what happens when water gets cold. It turns into ice. Well, why is that? I don't understand. I don't know what to tell. Like, literally, like, that's it. Like, you can't understand? Fine. Go on. Why are you voting?
One of the largest ICE raids occurred in July at a legal cannabis farm north of Los Angeles. Hundreds of agents were deployed to round up hundreds of undocumented.
Is that place you visited that one time?
U.S. Army veteran George Regas, a U.S. citizen, was working as a security guard.
That's one of the biggest farms in the country.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
there was a Fox News helicopter overhead that exclusively recorded video as Regas got
I think
out
it was like
of his white
$500,000
car
or
and
something.
called out to the line of ICE officers.
I get out and I stand beside my car and I'm yelling to them like I'm a citizen, like I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm work right there. I'm just trying to get to work. They just immediately got hostile and just started being hostile and threatening for no reason.
Threatening for no reason?
Get back in your car. The whole line walks in the line towards me, and I get back in my car and they surround my car and they throw tear gas into the crowd of protesters and behind my car, and it just engulfs my car. My driver's side window just gives in and it shatters, and immediately following it,
It shatters because of what? Because of tear gas broke your window? Like, are you... I don't understand. Oh, your window just gave in and just exploded out of nowhere. What does that mean?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Another agent sticks his arm through, pepper sprays me, sticks his arm through the window and just pepper sprays me in the face. They drag me out of the car, they throw me on the ground, and even though I'm just complying, an agent puts his knee on my back and another agent puts his knee on my neck. And
yeah, all of that's a little bit crazy, but I want to understand, why are you even driving up to a line of ICE agents and yelling at them?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, it seems pretty obvious, dude, that way before you got to where you were, that maybe it wasn't such a great
yeah,
idea
maybe
to
go
pull up
a
on these
different
guys.
way to
Like,
where you're trying to go. I don't
you could
know, like
maybe park and
anything.
walk up to them, like kind of from the
I
side. Be
wouldn't.
like,
I wouldn't
"Hey,
even
I'm
chance
supposed to
it.
go to
I don't
work."
look anything like these Mexicans, and I wouldn't
like,
go
I
up
ain't
to
going
them
work
and
today.
be like,
I'd be like, I have a perfectly good excuse for not showing up on time, so I will just wait.
I'll
This
be like,
out,
yeah,
or
there
I'll
was a
go
line
home
of
and call
ice
my
up there, and I
boss,
couldn't get
Hey, I
through.
probably have a cell phone. Maybe I'll just call him right now. Be like, hey, supervisor guy, like, there's a big line of like federal agents blocking the road. I can't get to work. Like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, what do you want me to do about it? I know I'm not gonna get out of my car and start yelling at them and be like, I'm American, get
That
out of
seems
my
like the
way.
dumbest thing to do. So I don't know. Especially making demands.
I know, shit. Like, at what point do you just like situational awareness? Be like, okay, this is maybe a situation I will just prefer to avoid than engage. Even if you're 100% in the right. If you walk into a dark alley and you get mugged, yeah, that sucks, but did you think about it before
yeah,
you
maybe
walked
you
into the
should've-
alley?
yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Gone into a dark alley alone, you know?
Like, just some things, it's like, yeah, I agree, it shouldn't have happened. Like, we can agree on that, but we can also maybe agree you shouldn't have put yourself in the situation in the first place. I don't know.
There's a certain level of assuming people have the
Regas
common
was
sense.
arrested and held
that
for
they
2
don't
days in jail.
anymore.
He was released without charge.
Becoming difficult to
It's crazy
understand.
that they're able to treat people like this. It's crazy that it's even allowed. I mean,
That they can treat people like this. You have hundreds of illegal people here in this one spot, hundreds, and you're the one person that happens to not be, and you're behaving like a retard. So I mean, it'd be one thing if you were just working at your desk and they barged in the building, like yanked you onto the floor, like went out of their way, like I don't know, like the circumstance got to be like really crazy. But if you put yourself in it, I don't know. At what point do we just say, you know what?
Yeah, I mean, like, there's consequences for actions and decisions, you know?
Yeah, everything pros and
Sometimes
cons.
people
There's a
apparently don't think that
possible
out.
pretty big con to doing this and not really much benefit. So maybe I mean, that's
do
life. Yeah, A then B.
C or D might happen. Which one is the most likely, and are the others as likely, and do I want any of them?
Yeah, is it worth the chance? Like,
Right,
not
right.
to me, no.
Like, is the worst one not that bad compared to the good one, which is really good, or is like the good one not that good and the bad one like really bad?
Yeah, exactly. So let's
called
just not
risk
do it.
assessment, I think.
Yeah, it's something we do all day, every day.
Again, something they should probably teach in school because apparently people aren't learning it, even though it's something I think it's born into us as human beings.
ICE faces massive overhaul to ramp up deport. Thank God.
See, they've been watching the videos. They finally have been watching the videos. I've been waiting on this for a while. Feds capture the alleged ICE agitators. Thank God.
We're about to hear from the feds in California any moment now, following a dramatic pre-dawn raid caught exclusively by Fox News.
See these guys?
It ended
Remember that?
with the arrest of an anti-ICE activist, one who was accused of smashing the windows of immigration agents' vehicles. Look at that, earlier this year during
And
an
you think
ICE
about, again, like whenever you do that and you destroy a person's mirror.
Oh, I am so glad they go after these people. And this is like, a month later or whatever. And frankly, now anyone should be like concerned, like, oh shit, like now they got to worry, like, are they actually still coming after me? And now they have like this like lingering, oh, you know what, in the future, even if I get away with it, 3 months later, are they going to show up? You know what I'm saying? Like, I hope this is a deterrent. Like, even if we don't get you right now, guess what? And especially if it's all over the internet, your homies think they're being so cool, showing off how boss you are, throwing rocks at these cars like big man. Well, guess what? Found you, bitch.
You make a car unsafe to drive. And so now at this point, this individual has now endangered everybody else on the road and on public roads because they've decided to be violent. And so this is the reason why, like, and this is the kind of stuff that like people don't really think about because they're retarded. They're just retarded. And so the fact is that whenever you do something like that, you negatively affect a lot of things beyond just yourself. Glad they caught these idiots. Yeah, exactly.
raid on a Southern California pot farm.
You make a
Our correspondent Matt Finn has got a.
And sometimes the video that they have is so like low quality and terrible, and they're able to still figure it out is just like mind boggling to me. It's like, this looks like 8 pixels that just happen to be moving together.
Like those
You know what I mean?
short clip videos of someone who's acting like a jerk, and then suddenly the internet figures out like everything about them. In like
It's crazy.
A 3-hour time frame. It's like, what?
I mean, people, I don't know. They can just boop.
There's some woman who was like messing with a street musician, and she like knocked his keyboard down and like damaged it. And he's like, whatever. And then she stole his tip money, and the internet found him. I found her, and she like lost her job and like
good.
Couldn't get another one. Everyone hated her and sending her hate
I
shit
mean,
on her.
there's a level of
Instagrams.
like social, like, you know, the crowd has to keep
It's
the
like
crowd in
frontier
check. You know what I
justice,
mean? It's
internet
like,
style.
you got to look around and be like, we're not going to put up with this bullshit. And especially if you want to be just flagrant about it, like, I mean, people make mistakes in life. Like, don't get me wrong, but when you go out of your way to be a bad person,
she was
like,
a mean jerk on purpose, and then she came back and did it again more so, and it was all being recorded. So it was like, well, what did you expect was going to happen?
yeah,
Like,
at
you're
the
gonna
end
be
of
a hero
the, but that's the
internet?
thing. They
Like,
don't think
it's
about,
like
they
you
just
basically
think they're
did the equivalent of
justified with
taking a
anything.
puppy,
If they're
and
upset,
you're like proud of it. It's like,
it's crazy.
and then they cry, "Oh, I lost my job. The internet's so mean to me." It's like,
or you get like this
lost
guy
your job
over
because
here,
you're an idiot.
per capita violent crime in red states and stuff, like all this like just twisted misinformation. Like, yeah, okay, if it's all happening in the blue capital city, yeah, sure, red state, blue city, like what are you talking about? And frankly, yeah, so what? There's crime everywhere and there's violence, but like what we're looking at is not just like random violence. This is organized insanity, really, and for no reason. So it's one thing to be like, oh, here's like random crime, and it's another to be like, here's this organized insanity that is only endangering people for no reason.
Exclusive live details for this on this. He's in Camarillo, California for us.
See it.
Matt?
Hey, John, you may recall there was a pretty notable immigration raid on a pot farm here in Camarillo earlier
Wasn't it weird how whenever they did that raid, there were a bunch of kids there? That's crazy.
I've been excited to receive this for
Perfectly normal. Bring your kids to work day, and then more of the same.
We're about to hear from the feds in California any moment now following a dramatic pre-dawn raid caught exclusively by Fox News. It ended with the arrest of an anti-ICE activist, one who was accused of smashing the windows of immigration agents' vehicles. Look at that. Earlier this year during an ICE raid on a Southern California pot farm. Our correspondent Matt Finn has got exclusive live details for this.
I wish they would have just shot them right there. I'd have been like, oh, life's in danger. Appropriate force. Boop.
On this, he's in Camarillo, California for us. Matt?
Hey, John, you may recall there was a pretty notable immigration raid on a pot farm here in Camarillo earlier this summer. Some pretty disturbing viral video out of that. Suspects throwing rocks and objects at federal agents' cars as they exited their immigration raid that included hundreds of arrests. That was back in July. Well, this morning, we were exclusively on hand in a pre-dawn sting as HSI arrested a guy in a dark alleyway. They say Issei Carrillo is seen in that viral video throwing rocks at federal cars. Carrillo is allegedly part of an who blocked the federal agent cars on the pot farm and then ambushed the agents on the way out. HSI says at least 4 vehicles were damaged in that attack, and a federal contractor was injured after a rock and shards of glass struck their hand. Carrillo is expected to be federally charged with conspiracy to impede.
Yeah, you see how hard and that window like exploded, and frankly, you got the window glass, you got the rock. Like if that hits you because it went through, like that could kill you easily, do some serious damage otherwise. And what are they like putting bikes in front of the cars so it can't
Injure a
move?
federal officer. Now, this is all a part of a broader sweep this morning happening across Southern California, targeting people who engage in alleged violence against law enforcement during this summer's immigration raids in the LA area. We expect a press conference at any moment to give us full details. Also this morning, as we were embedded with HSI, there was a female.
And those people too. I say anyone that's there, just shoot them. Like you shouldn't. If you shouldn't be there, then get the fuck away.
Well, you can't just go shooting into the crowd, but
I would.
If you identify someone, I think you should be able to tase them.
Nope. Shoot all of these people. Every one of them. Why are you here? Because look what's happening. They're like, well, frankly, now they have a smoke screen and all these people are in danger. So you've endangered all the people driving. You've surrounded all these cars and like smashed them with concrete. So literally anyone that's here, like, why are you here? And you're, to me, a threat.
Yeah, you got a point. They're causing a serious safety
This
issue.
isn't like this is not something that should ever happen. There's no justification.
There's a lot of potential for a lot of innocent people to get hurt.
Yeah. And you need to stop it immediately. And once you take out a few of them, then this will never happen again.
Get arrested. No, it's just you can't just start shooting into crowds.
I say you can.
Just there to watch.
If you're just there to watch, you're an idiot. And if you get shot, rip bozo.
Well, I
in my
agree you're
opinion,
an idiot. Yeah, we'll just differ on that.
I mean, if you walk into a war zone and you're like, "Oh, don't shoot me, I'm not part of this,"
Well,
and you get shot, what the fuck?
Yeah.
To me, this is a war zone at this point. Like you can't tell the difference between who's a civilian and who's a warrior when they want to behave like this. And to me, this will turn society.
Would hopefully just get out of the situation as fast as possible. I would hope. I'd just be like, I'm out of here. This shit's fucking too real for me.
Yep, nothing you want to be part of.
I don't care about politics that much.
So I don't know. I wish they would take the Florida approach and just be like, if you're acting like this, you're not going to be acting like this for long.
LA area. We expect a press conference at any moment to give us full details. Also this morning, as we were embedded with HSI, there was a female, a target, they had a warrant for her arrest, but she narrowly escaped, and we believe she's going to be named a fugitive. Back to you.
In fact, Matt, we're going to go from you in Camarillo to downtown Los Angeles, and here's the acting U.S. Attorney for the Central District of California, Bill Saley.
In response to recent immigration enforcement actions in Los Angeles. To date, we have charged 97 individuals either with assault or impeding of federal agents engaged in immigration enforcement operations, and we will continue to charge more as we obtain the evidence. Earlier this summer, federal agents engaged in law enforcement operations targeted at removing illegal immigrants who entered the United States unlawfully. In response, large protests began to form throughout the Los Angeles area. I want to be very clear. Every American has a right to peacefully protest. What is not constitutionally protected is a right to engage in violence or to impede federal agents by assaulting, doxing, or obstructing their operations. On July 10th, law enforcement officers were executing a court-ordered search warrant at locations in Ventura County. Protesters, including members of an organization named VC Defensa, came to the site of the search warrants. VC Defensa is an organization that operates and manages what they call a rapid response network designed to impede federal agents and their enforcement operations. And that warrant is what you see on the camera there at the marijuana farm where the agents were attempting to leave.
If that's what your organization is for, you should all be put in jail.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
And if you're deployed and you're on site somewhere, I instantly consider you a threat and will use all force available to remove the threat. Like, we just need to stop playing these stupid games. Like, there's no justification, there's no rationalization, there's no nothing. And the sad part is, because they're acting like this, when and if an actual reason to behave this way showed itself, it will already be clamped down to the point that you're not going to be able to. And that's the sad part of it, is this behavior is going to prevent someone from, in the future, if we ever did need to push back, we're not going to be able to. I don't know. This is just not good.
In one of the criminal complaints today, we are charging 2 members of VC Defensa for conspiring to impede and injure federal law enforcement officers. These 2 VC Defensa members went to the protests on July 10th in Ventura County and acted with others to assault enforcement vehicles and officers. One of the members charged in the complaint used her vehicle to block U.S. government vehicles from leaving the location, while another member...
This guy, run him over with his, I don't care, on his bike, whatever. He purposely tried to shove it under there to stop you from going, run his ass over.
Others ambushed the vehicles by throwing rocks at them, and those images went viral.
And especially, you're being assaulted by people throwing concrete at your car repeatedly, nonstop. This guy would have been smoked. 0 chance he'd be alive right now.
Vehicles were damaged, and a federal contract employee was injured as a rock went through her vehicle window, shattering the glass and striking her.
Yeah, why does this person have to tolerate that? Why does a person in this vehicle that just now has, well, I mean, shit, to get concrete thrown at her, obviously, but has an injury now, have to deal with that? Like, no. Nope.
And you're going to hear more about that case here shortly. Separately, in another incident that you also see on the TV here, on June 8th in downtown Los Angeles Civic Center, a group of agitators used the protest as an excuse to throw rocks, bottles, and other objects at officers, injuring several of them. Government and private property were vandalized. Los Angeles police declared an unlawful assembly, yet the violence continued. 9 of the defendants charged in that second criminal complaint were filmed on cell phones by local news and other media, throwing rocks, bottles, and objects, including objects on fire from an overpass on Main and Los Angeles Street here in downtown LA, onto the CHP officers and their vehicles. 2 defendants charged in today's complaint were recorded lighting debris on fire and throwing it at CHP vehicles, pouring what appeared to be flammable liquid, which increased the size of the flames.
Again, all this stuff, and there's 0 reason for it, and they are not responding with appropriate force. Like, where is the volume knob? It needs to be turned all the way up. We need to go all the way and blow out the speakers and it just needs to stop. Last thing that we'll look at, we had some overtime stuff, but we are way into overtime already. We got more people moving into military bases as political violence hits fever pitch. So ridiculous.
Talk about a sign of the times. Administration officials increasingly are facing so many very serious and violent threats that they find that the only option they have is to actually move their families and themselves onto military bases. Here's the list of some of the notable acts of political motivated violence. Of course, you had June 2022, the plot that was thwarted against Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. You had the Paul Pelosi was attacked in October of 2022. Obviously, you have the assassination attempts on.
I really would like to know more information about this one because it sounded like some people were saying like this guy's like boyfriend like caught him doing and like hit him with a hammer or something. Like I don't even know what exactly happened, but that sounded like a whole bunch of absolutely not politically motivated anything. But we'll see.
President Trump, both of them. You have the arson at Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's home.
Yeah, and you have, of course, the Charlie Kirk assassination. And I think the Charlie Kirk assassination was such a shock to, especially.
And murdering these two people, like unreal, like all these young people.
To anybody who is in public life, that you could go with security to a university and simply have open debate, and you get shot in such a horrific way in front of college students. I really, I'm still not over it. I'm just surprised how in the liberal media, it's just kind of just gone away. Here, a lot of conservatives, and of course at Fox News, we have not forgotten. We will not forget. But
yeah, why would they focus on it? It makes them look bad, and they are not willing to say that it was bad. So like, why would they spend any more time on it? To them, they're like, good, it happened, great. Next crazy thing, let's move on. Like, it's unbelievable.
But it has just gone off the pages like, oh, just another day. But the people who are not forgetting, especially, are those in the public eye. And so one of them is Stephen Miller. This is The Atlantic saying Stephen Miller joined a growing list of senior Trump administration and political appointees, at least 6 by our count, living in Washington area military housing, where they are shielded not just from potential violence, but also from protests. It is an ominous marker of the nation's polarization, to which the Trump administration has itself contributed. I don't know where they got that from. That some of those top public servants have felt a need to separate themselves from the public. These civilian officials can now depend on the U.S. military to augment their personal security. But so many have made the move that they are now straining the availability of housing for the nation's top uniformed officers. So
honestly, I'm not even sure what's so polarizing, because when I look at Dems and it's like, oh, why don't I like these guys? Well, all the trans bullshit, all the gender bullshit, all the, single moms running the schools and just filling children's brains with garbage, and all the hating white people, and all the, how great it is to be queer, and like mental health issues, everything. Okay, and now let's look at the right. What's the problem? America first. Okay, well, that sounds good to me. Get the illegals out of here. Okay, that also works for me. Get the crime out of here. Let's make the Capitol a safe place for people to go. Okay, those all sound pretty cool to me. I don't know. I'm like struggling. Like, what's the problem?
I don't know. Orange man bad, I think.
I know, that's all it is. Oh, tariffs. Okay, well, what exactly, in what way have the tariffs impacted you? Oh, well, day one, the prices of everything didn't come down. Okay, well, how come for 4 years while they were shooting through the roof, it wasn't a problem? Like, at what point is it like, hello, you can only see the problem now because it's Trump is in charge, even though the problem was already there? Okay, and then everything he tries to do to help, you get in the way and stomp your feet, and you make him have to do 100 extra steps, which he does, because he knows it doesn't matter, you're an idiot, and he's still looking out for you. Man, it's just like nonstop, all this stuff. Like, I don't understand what the divisiveness is exactly. What? We had, okay, the abortion stuff, okay, yeah, maybe people shouldn't be getting abortions all the time. I don't know. Maybe don't have unprotected sex nonstop and decide that abortion's the best way to not have
deal
a
with
baby.
it, right?
Like, how does any of that make sense? Or like, I don't know. Like, literally, I don't understand what is the problem. Okay, shut down the border and make immigration actually reasonable again. How about let's not have just tons of people coming in, and the people that want to come in, how about we add a little, let's raise the bar. So we're only getting people that actually are going to want to be here. Is that so crazy? I don't know. It seems reasonable to me.
Oh, it seems like most of the people who come to our country the correct way do really want to be here and want to be citizens and have
That's
jobs.
true. Yeah, the ones that don't seem like
They're the
they
ones
just
we
want to.
We want those people, absolutely.
Yeah,
They're wonderful people to have.
Man.
As our president would say, they're great people. I love them.
Or then they'll be like, oh, Epstein
Something like that.
files. It'd be like, okay, wait a minute. So we had Biden was just in office, did nothing. Obama was in office for 8 years, did nothing. Clinton was in office for how long? Did nothing. Well, obviously he did nothing, but all these things, like how come this wasn't a problem before? And it's probably not even a problem now for them. It's just something that they get to, oh yeah, Epstein files. I'm so cool. I'm a Democrat because I can say Epstein files, yay. Like, holy crap. I feel like baby just learned how to say a word and we're all applauding. Yay, you know how to say mama. Holy crap. This is not, man, I would love to hear it. If anyone has anything you find divisive about the conservatives, we could talk about it, but I don't see it. Anyway, that about wraps up the news for today. We had a few other things, but we are way over time. Appreciate everyone for joining us today. We'll be back next Saturday, same time, same place, same news, Gen Z, trans, and world events. Love to have you all there. And have a great weekend if we don't see you before then. Join us 7:30 for games if you'd like. And we'll talk to y'all soon.
Captain Pav and GONxFREAKS on stage. News from RedNex, where truth is the stage. No bias here, just